To hear important instructions, press 2.
Since it appears you're calling back into a live show, we are reconnecting you now. Your show will go live in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Blog Talk Radio.
The East is where we're from.
Make sure you stay in the shot now. Yes. Yeah.
721 the Assyrian king. He took us down, we fell. With a great escape, we went to the Euphrates. The Lord held the waters still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel.
You have to mention that.
Manasseh,
I was thinking,
Yeah.
I don't know if we can film on it, but we could have him on this house as well as security. So we have somebody
Lord is
here.
calling back
He
his
said
right
that
What we just mentioned. Yeah.
I'm just thinking,
Yeah. Yeah.
His company alone, 5
highest gathering Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us.
15.
Together our wives and children sold us.
But his company only got a bidding for 5.
Ferry of these great ships we
Traveled in fear.
by the rivers of Babylon. We found our brothers here.
A higher gather us. Oh. The highest gathering Israel. Oh. Yeah, we're gonna put it out there. I'm gonna show you what it's about. Stick with me. I got it up in here.
And remember when they were saying how much of this stimulus plan is going to small business? How much
Those
of it
contracts.
will really be
It's going to the initiative.
initially?
Oh, yeah.
Get ready.
Valley from the house of Hawaii.
We got it. We got
Lord
this.
is calling back his right.
The North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans, our highest gathering Israel. That's right, brothers and sisters. Ahia is gathering Israel. That's right. We're the gathered of Christ Church. Come on in, brothers and sisters. And as you fold in, come on in. Make sure you hit the like button. This way it trends. And let other brothers and sisters out there know that the gathered of Christ Church is live. And I know a lot of you have been waiting patiently for this particular broadcast. There's a lot going on right now. Right now. Right now. We have Elder Gabar. Shalom.
Shalom.
Okay, and we have
We
Mike.
don't do elbow punch time. We do fish punch.
Oh, hey, listen. I don't know if I'm violating right now
Yeah,
with
we-
the social
I
distancing,
don't know,
but it's
maybe,
okay.
but,
I'll tell you what, I have my mask.
There you
Sister
go.
Jennifer made a mask for us. And I do a double whammy when I go out there, especially amongst the population. I make sure I have that with me also, along with this. I have a double whammy. Thank you, Sister Jennifer, Gathered of Christ Church. She made this. And of course, you have to have your trusty hand sanitizer. Okay, because regardless of what,
Let me grab some of that right
oh,
now.
oh
Elder.
yeah,
You know,
okay,
We are cleaning.
squeeze, squeeze.
You know, we're good.
There it is.
We're good.
All right, and you know why? Even though we all know that this is being used for whatever they're using it for, and I have a lot of details today, a lot of information from the CDC's own website. But I know that based on all of the last broadcasts we've been doing, brothers and sisters, I'll tell you right now, we've seen scenarios where they were showing Amazon
Yeah.
deliverers, and anyone can deliver packages for Amazon these days.
Yeah.
And they were showing Amazon workers spitting on their hands, probably infected with a cold or a flu or probably corona or whatever that is, and rubbing the packages with it. We've seen other scenarios on video. We always do things live here with our Wednesday broadcast to inform our brothers and sisters, as well as the broadcast we do, or what we do with the news, which is even more in depth during the Hebrew and Bible Academy.
Yeah.
For those who aren't in it, boy, this was, man, it's been power packed, spiritually packed. But anyway, it showed the Chinese people before in Wuhan, right? In Wuhan, who actually showed some people inside the elevators, Chinese people touching a public elevator that they know the majority of the people downtown frequent,
Yeah.
so that others can come down with flu-like symptoms.
Yeah.
On and on and on, and I have a video to show you in a couple of seconds, because we've been in front of this to say, regardless of how they're using this and what this is being used for, all in all, we must take precautions. We've always take precautions, and regardless of how inflated or deflated or whatever the case is. I've been one, and you all know I've been saying it over and over for years. I've been one that was has always had the right optics and understanding in my peripheral who was sick around me. I've always like that. If I see someone sneezing, this was before all this crap.
Yeah.
If I see someone sneezing down one aisle, I'm walking down the other aisle. If someone sneezes in front of me, I mean, for years, I remember in my 20s, I used to get highly offended. You're getting in the way of me and, in my propensity to actually take care of my family, right? So I've always, had my antennas up when it comes to sicknesses around me, understanding that viruses are spirits, viruses are demons. So regardless of what's going on, and that's let me go here real quick. Regardless of what's being publicized, we have news articles that I'm going to show you. I'm going to go down the line with some of these news articles, right? Regardless of what's going on, right? And as you see, I'm all loaded up with these pages today. Mainstream media I'm going through with you all today. One thing I would like to say is I've always been extra careful. And the site you see here in the supermarket, as you can see here, is the norm of what we'll probably see going forward, right? And I went to the supermarket today. Some people had on masks, others didn't. But guess what? I had on the mask that Sister Jen gave me, and I had on this mask, and I had my sanitizer, because I understand even outside of what's going on, we have others who are purposely coming down with cold and flu symptoms, getting people sick. Even on film, they had one kid going in the supermarket spitting on the packages and all that. So regardless of what this is, I understand the environment we're in, and I'm taking extra precaution. And I hope and I suggest you do the same. I'm not telling, again, we're not health advisors. We're not one to tell you what we're about to go into this Bible and show you what's really going on according to what the Most High says, which is deeper than COVID-19. But all in all, I would say, regardless of the scenario, brothers and sisters, make sure you take the proper precautions anyway, okay? Make sure you take the proper precautions, all right? So I have a lot to go in today. Before I go in today, Elder Gabar, you have anything to say on that? And of course, I have Elder Lawyer in the wings.
Yeah, well, it's flu season, so it's every year, it's flu
Yeah.
season. So you got to just make sure you don't catch the flu, because in these days you break a leg, you go to the hospital, they're gonna blame coronavirus on your broken leg, and not the stair you fell on. But just be careful. That's all.
Just be careful.
Just be careful.
Anything, Elder Lawyer? Because it's about to pop tonight. Big time.
No, sir, not necessarily.
Okay.
Anything outside of what you've stated as far as being safe, which we have promoted since day one. Go back and check some of the original videos that we've done on the virus up until now. We've always made sure that we informed brothers and sisters, regardless of what things are, where it came from, where it originated. It's in reference to the virus, that you must take precautions, because as Elder Gabar just stated, irregardless of anything, if you fall into the hand of the physicians in this time, they're going to put it on coronavirus. So you have to be careful.
Man,
right?
and speaking of that, Elder Lawyer, I have some serious information that I got from Shapat, and we went into that was actually presented in the academy this weekend. And it's going to blow you away, because the CDC has letters that was sent, and you have access to this. As a matter of fact, I'm going to put the link in the chat so that you can all see it yourself. What CDC is telling or suggesting the hospital should do when it comes to labeling deaths under the COVID-19. So I'm not going to give my opinion. Listen, I'm not a healthcare practitioner. I'm not a doctor. Only thing, listen, I depend on the Most High, but I still take precaution. All right. So before we begin, I'm going to start and take ourselves down memory lane since this whole thing began. Okay. I'm going to we're going to go down memory lane, and I'm going to go into all the videos that we actually presented chronologizing what was going on up until this time, as far as being under this virus that moved from Wuhan into the United States. A matter of fact, I have a book that just came the other day that actually predicted that a disease would come out of Wuhan, China. I have the book upstairs. I'm going to bring it downstairs. And also, the book said that this virus would break out of Wuhan, China in the year 2020. Now, the problem is, this book was published in 1981.
Is this the same book with those Chinese generals?
No.
This
This is something entirely different. The author is Dean Koontz.
Okay.
It was published in the United States, forecasting exactly what's going on right now in a publication. And I have that book. Now, but we're going to take a different spin altogether, because this is a time in which we need to hear from you all. What's going on? How are you coping? And check out how we are. Check out the topic. Now, Elder Lawyer, have I discussed the topic with you at all before the broadcast
no, sir.
began? Huh?
No, sir, not at all.
No, sir. Okay.
I just saw the topic going into Blog Talk as well as YouTube. I'm looking at it here. I just saw it for the first time when you went live.
Exactly. Have I discussed the topic with you?
No, sir.
No one. Because I want your spontaneous reaction as we go into this, because this may be one of the more important broadcasts we've had to date. Because it's deeper than what the world is doing, what the government doing, and what is COVID-19 doing. What will we do? Listen to the topic today, brothers and sisters. And I'm going to chronologize this from the beginning. And I'm going to go back to 2016 for you with news we've been reporting on well before this actually happened. And through that, just like a couple of weeks, last week we suggested that brothers and sisters stay home for 3 days, because there might be something out in the air from Wednesday to Saturday, Do y'all remember y'all getting that information? That wasn't on that wasn't in the academy. We put that information out for precaution for all of our people. If we hear something that's going down, there's no way we're not going to give the information to you so that you, brothers and sisters, can take the proper precautions. But so we're not just going to deal with the precaution side of this today. We're going to give you news, mainstream news that verify, that actually highlights what's going on, when it began, and how citizens of this world, especially in New York and others, have been getting, believe it or not, prepped and programmed, subliminally and otherwise, before COVID-19 began. That's another level. Now, that's on one side, but let's deal with this, the topic today.
Okay.
I haven't discussed this with you, right?
Okay. Nope.
Okay. Hit that like button. This is a good broadcast. You don't want to miss this, right? Let me run it down for you. Don't let the enemy, listen here, break your trust. In the midst of these trying times, the unseen enemy will continually psychologically work on everyone. The unseen enemy, and I'm going to let you fill in the blanks to who that is, will continually psychologically work on everyone, attempting to break the trust amongst neighbors, friends, communities, and yes, even family. That's what we are in right now, is the first wave of the purge. In the midst of these trying times, the unseen enemy will continually psychologically quarantining people or having you stay in your homes is equivalent on a lower level to solitary confinement, which plays on your brain, especially when whoever locked you in is not telling you exactly when you'll be able to be free to walk on the yard. It's prison psychology. In the midst of these trying times, the unseen enemy will continually psychologically work on everyone, attempting to break the trust among neighbors, friends, communities, and yes, even family. That's the first wave of the purge. With losses of income, fear of sicknesses, whether it be true or whether it be inflated, but just the fear of not understanding what it is, bombarded on top of that with reports of death 24 hours a day. It doesn't matter where you go, who you talk to, whether you go to sports channels or any area of your escape, where we used to escape. You'll be continually reminded of fear, sickness, and death. 24 hours a day. It can drive even the strongest of us. Not me. I'm going to tell you that right now. And I'm not going for it. It can drive even the strongest of us to a lonely place of non-trust.
Something is dropping, but go ahead. I got.
No, we're gonna let you flow. I know
Okay.
the juice is going. Hey, buddy. Hey, I prayed on this. I thought about it, brother. You take this ink pen and you write down your thoughts so you don't lose them, because I know how it is when the Spirit is moving it. With the loss of income, fear of sickness, bombarded with reports 24 hours a day, it can drive even some of who we would perceive as strong to a lonely place of non-trust. turning people into a lesser being, a person without care, to only trust at the end of this an animal instinct for the sake of survival. Will this draw the righteous together to help one another? Here's a question. Will this time draw the righteous together to help one another? Or will the love of many wax cold?
That's exactly the scripture we're looking at. And check this out, brother, right?
Oh,
you
come
mentioned
on.
about what they're reporting, right? And you are correct. If you're at home and you keep that television on, it will drive you crazy.
Yeah.
'Cause every channel you turn is Corona this, Corona that. Every article, right? So when you look at, I'm peeping what you're saying, Elder, right? And I'm looking at, because that scripture came to mind about the love waxing cold, right? And I'm in Matthew 24:11. It says, "And many false prophets shall rise and shall deceive many in those days," right? "And because iniquity shall abound, the love of many shall wax cold." We socially false prophecy with false teachers, Christians, and things of that nature. But the word prophet or prophet is someone who's a foreseer. Can the television also be looped into that?
Exactly. It can be something that's projecting,
Projecting.
saying that in this amount of time, not
Bill Gates.
listen, saying by
You
this
know.
time, as if you have a crystal ball, right?
Yeah.
By this time, 100,000 people are going to be dead.
False prophets.
It's coming up. 100,000. It's coming to Philadelphia. It's in New York. We can foresee, or we have a crystal ball to let you know that 20,000 people are going to die today.
So we're looking at for a Christian pastor, but it's false prophet in the television every day.
Exactly.
Bill
This-
Gates,
Let me tell you.
Hillary and Foundation, all of them. We predict it's going to be a global warming. Wasn't it false prophet? It was telling me by this time everything's going to be underwater.
Exactly.
Everything is every year is a
Exactly.
pandemic to what? To us to get panic and hate one another.
See, but I'm gonna tell you what's going on too, and you're right. Keep in mind that Hillary Clinton said years ago that we're losing the propaganda war to those that are online. People are listening to regular people now. Minimizing. What are they throwing all this money into these actors, these producers, these television programs if no one is actually listening to it?
Yeah.
So by default, and it's deep that you hit it that way, by default, they have locked everyone in their home and they have become the pulpit of prophecy. And instead of the fear of the Almighty, have instilled fear that will lead to what? Their end. Because the fear of the Most High leads us to the kingdom, but the fear of this world leads to hell. Now, here we go now. Here we go. And I'm gonna bring you in a second, Elder Lloyd. Hit that like button. Don't let the enemy break your trust. In the midst of these trying times, the unseen enemy will continually and psychologically, through the television, everywhere you go, work on everyone, attempting to break the trust amongst neighbors, friends, communities, and yes, even family. That's the first wave of the purge. See, people are too powerful, one in itself, to help each other. Communities have become too dependent on helping each other. Families are strong. It's a strong force that Satan cannot easily topple. But if he can have some infighting amongst the community before he destroys us all, then this campaign, this psychological warfare, will become a win-win. With the losses now compound that for a second. With the loss of income, fear of sickness, bombarded with reports of death 24 hours a day, it can drive even the strongest to a lonely place of non-trust. turning people into lesser beings without care, opening an animal instinct for the sake of survival. Now, I need you to check this out too. Because you can't lash out at the government, because you can't scream at the TV and say, please let us know how long this is going to be, because there's no one who's responsible for this, you cannot turn against and get a resolve. That anger, that anxiety, that fear will now be played out against those within proximity. You're going to now turn that negative energy that you couldn't do against those who are actually quarantining you. And now everyone else will become the problem of why you're feeling the way you feel, having to let off steam, having to have a place to scream, having to release this tension based on an environment of uncertainty. And guess what? The enemy is banking on that too. But Christ gave us, he gave us, folks, the understanding and the spirit to navigate and not allow this environment to, not allowing this environment to affect our path. So I'm going to open it up. And today, more so than any day, will be a time in which we're going to open up the lines.
Yeah.
And the elders want to hear from you. We want to hear from you. Because what you don't know is that we're doing as much as we can to help and plan. We was on a meeting for 4 or 5 hours yesterday to help as many people as we can, especially those within the church, understanding that even more has been coming in. And we thank you for all your support, because there's nothing we're getting in all this. That's for us. We're planning, we're thinking about you, whether you know it or not, we're praying for you. But the first wave of this, I would like to say, make sure you keep yourself healthy. Take the precautions, make sure you wear your gloves and all that when you're out and about, just to be sure. Because sickness in this time, even the smallest of sicknesses, based on how they're looking at this, can turn into a death sentence. So there's so many levels of this and so many dynamics. So instead of us having 2 hours straight and we talk straight and then opening it up for you, no, we're going to allow you to come in and let us know what's going on with you through this. And we'll work it together. But what we won't do, and what we will not let the devil do, is have us turn on you and you turn on us. We as a people, believers in Christ, will never turn on each other and fulfill that scripture that the love of many shall wax cold. With the loss of income, fear of sicknesses, bombarded with reports of death 24 hours a day, there's no security in this earth. It can drive even the strongest and the strongest person into a lonely place of non-trust. Here's a question. What will the faithful who claim that they believe in Christ do during these times? Will this draw the righteous and the good people closer together? Or will the love of many wax cold? I'm starting to see it already. Either I'm seeing some of the most nicest and cordial people in this time with the minimal time that I'm actually out, because I try to stay secluded as much as possible. I mean, I looked outside, I went up to my backyard, I've seen the regular rain clouds, and brothers and sisters, I was happy to see regular rain clouds. There was no tic-tac-toeing in the sky, and I just took a deep breath and thought and thanked the Most High for today. Okay, and I'm not going to let the devil in that space. I'm not going to simultaneously, while I'm enjoying the Most High's creation and his fresh air and the clouds, now today not chemtrail, and the same time in my ear having a 24-hour report talking about death, destruction, and everyone's the enemy and all that. I'm not going to have it. So I've seen on one hand the positive aspect of how people are nice to one another. But also, out there in the public, when you have to go to the stores or whatever the case is, you may see the very opposite. I mean, this is turning people into what was always lying dormant. You're going to see exactly who people are in this time. There's no facade. You're going to know if a demon been riding a person to a degree where it'll attack everyone with the faint or remote scenario. They'll start lashing out. You'll see the demon. I'm not going to let this time drive me into a spirit that would have me oppose anyone.
Yeah, it's funny because, Elder, when you were saying, I notice when I go out,
Yeah,
when I don't wear a face mask versus when I do,
Yeah.
how people treat me.
exactly.
And my wife, she's been buying stockpile stuff in Amazon. So every day I get the doors knocked.
Yeah.
Somebody's dropping off something, stuff, what we
Mine
need.
too.
And even the people, masked up, they're walking away. Before they used to think, I used to sign. They just leave it at the door, and they just,
Yeah.
because they're afraid. I come out, so I see the difference when I go out with the mask and when I don't go out with the mask.
Hey, I put the mask on.
Put the mask
I
on,
put
just
it on.
because people are looking
It's
at you
fine.
weird.
Yeah,
You can't,
Yeah, because you don't want to be the one sitting out there singled out or the reason, because they're gonna make it where you're the reason Corona is spread.
Exactly.
You don't want to be that. I mean, you can be amongst the world, but not of the world.
Right.
You know,
blend in.
it ain't going to hurt yourself to take extra precaution.
Right.
Now, let me go down the list now, real quick, and then we're going to open up the lines.
Yes,
right? Years ago, 2016, it was reported. Now, this was reported from Reuters. Reuters. Okay, this is a reputable mainstream report that we reported on in 2016. Harmless gas released in New York subway for security test. Y'all forgot about that? We didn't. Because at the same time, there was an uptick in people getting sick with flu-like symptoms. But guess what? They released this 2 weeks before these people were coming down with flu-like symptoms. That was a beta test in New York City that we talked about when it happened, when the report came out. Y'all probably forgot about that, right? U.S. authorities on Monday sent a harmless gas wafting through the New York subway. That means they were testing on real-life live people some gas with toxins in it, claiming that it was untoxic or unharmful. Well, why would you test publicly? How is it a test if what you're releasing isn't harmful? What? Because there's no reaction unless something is in the gas. How can you be testing a gas and say it's not harmful to people while without telling people in New York, packed subways and trains, that you're about to release something? Just you're testing the environment. Y'all forgot about that, didn't you? Look at this. See? We didn't forget about it. We reported on it. It was in the academy and we reported online. And the same talkers we see today were talking back then, letting you know that soon they were testing for something that would lead to these flu-like symptoms. Right? So this is not no one spreading a disease. This is someone spraying gas that will have you with symptoms. That's one level. Here's something else. Of last week, when we reported, please stay in the house for 3 days. That was taking a precaution. It's the same time that one of the elders from over the UK sent me this, simultaneously almost, right? I mean, a little later, this happened to them. At the same time. This is March 27th.
March 27.
Very high values of dangerous particles matters are pollutants across Europe this weekend. So the same thing happened.
That was March.
And this was March 27th.
That was the right when it all started.
Yeah, when it all started,
Around
right
that
after.
time, things got to get a little.
It was on Europe first. It was
Yeah.
and it was happening simultaneously here in the United States. And as you can see, here's the red activity of the pollutants that was put in the sky through chemtrails. And we told brothers and sisters to make sure you stay indoors. Let me tell you. So I never want to hear anyone out there claiming that we don't take the right precautions and warn people. We've been talking about this since 2016. That's number one. When no one was saying anything. Okay, let me put that out there. Now, also, more reports, right? I'm going to get there in a moment. Here it is. This is the Western Journal, right? And I'm going to take this right here, the Western Journal, right? I'm going to take this Western Journal, and what I'll do, I'll paste this. I'm going to paste the link twice in your, I need y'all to click on that and read that at your own convenience, folks. Okay? Read this at your own convenience. So you can't claim that, we're not taking the proper precautions, not letting you know what's going on. We've always been in front of this. Before there was an internet, we were talking about a lot of this. Okay? Now, jumping right in, as you can see, it says here, this is the Western Journal. CDC tells hospital to list COVID as cause of death, even if you're just assuming or it only contributed it. Right? Now, I thank Shapat for this news because this is some of the news that was reported.
This is the Western Union.
That is the Western Journal. We didn't come up with this. CDC tells hospitals to list COVID as cause of death, even if you're just assuming or it only contributed. Now, what I'm going to do is, you can read, I put the link in there, but instead of me following this journal who reported on something, because everything has what? It has a reference point.
A source.
A source. So let me go to the CDC itself.
Are they saying that?
This is the cdc.gov. Okay? So y'all can't say this is my opinion. The Gathering of Christ Church is dealing with some conspiracy.
Right.
We're giving you the details that even the cdc.gov is telling you that it's out there. They're just banking on you just looking at the TV and not researching things for yourselves. Okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the link to the CDC in your chat. That's the link to the CDC in your chat. Again. So you can't say I'm making it up, okay? Now I'm going to read. Now you can read the whole report because it's right there. These are the details of how the CDC tells hospitals to mark death certificates as far as listing the cause of death to healthcare practitioners and hospitals. Okay, this is their official site on what they sent to the hospitals. Gathering Christ, we don't have nothing to do with it.
And when you're in it, there's some things pop up in my hand that I just heard 2 days ago.
Yeah.
That it's all connected to this.
Yeah, but let me read this.
Absolutely.
You can read the whole thing because it's saying, it's giving them the instances in which one would mark, the hospital would actually tag or put cause of death on any death certificate. Listen to this last piece, which jumps out more so than anything. Should COVID-19, this is a question from a doctor or someone would ask them, should COVID-19 be reported on the death certificate only with a confirmed test? That means it's been confirmed that it was corona that killed this particular person. Now, this is the CDC here.
So there's a question to ask.
There's a question. Here's the answer. COVID-19 should be reported on the death certificate for all decedents. That means all people that die where the disease caused or is assumed to have caused or contributed to death. Listen here.
How could that be possible?
Certifiers should include as much detail as possible based on their knowledge of the case, medical records, laboratory testing, etc. If the decedent, that means the person that died, had other chronic conditions such as COPD or asthma. So just say last year you had a chronic case of COPD, bronchitis, asthma, emphysema, something that you was diagnosed as what you would call fatal. And they say you didn't have long to live a year ago.
This is insane. So
Conditions such as COPD or asthma that may have also contributed, these conditions can be reported in Part 2. See attached guidelines for certifying COVID-19 deaths, which means if you've been struggling with cancer, if you've been struggling with COPD, if you only had a year to live and you had one chronic thing that you were dealing with last year, that would be on line 2 or Part 2 of the death certificate. COVID would automatically be on Part 1, which would be the cause of death. So what is this? This is the answer to why we're seeing a spike in COVID deaths and no other deaths is actually being reported out there right now.
And check this out, Elder. Maybe a week ago, one of my officers reported to me that there was a brother and a wife, and the brother's wife's mother or aunt got sick and went to the hospital.
Okay.
And she was tested positive for COVID-19.
Okay.
She was in the breathalyzer thing, the machine, whatever,
Yeah.
and she was stable. They
Yeah.
were monitoring her. She was older, I think in her 60s.
Yeah.
But this is what they told her. And this is what the officer told me. And I told them, make sure you get the facts and make sure that, I get back to me with the facts. That, because this is what they told him, that she did pass.
Yeah.
But the reason why she passed is because there were a shortage of those ventilators.
Yeah, but there's a whole nother story on that, but we'll deal with that at another time.
And then they had to take her off of that.
Okay.
And that was keeping her well, and she died after that.
Okay.
And the excuse they gave us, we need it for other patients
Okay.
that
had a higher chance of survival.
Right.
So if there's a choice between an older person and
Right.
someone who has a higher chance of beating it,
Yeah.
then they'll make a choice to pull the plug on the elderly
right.
to save the strong.
So they had a meeting with them.
Go ahead.
And they say, listen, we have to just take, we don't have the resources to port sources, although there have been in the news
Yeah.
of people 80 years old, 90 years old, surviving the coronavirus.
Yeah.
It all depends how healthy you are and you don't have pre-consistent diseases or illnesses. So you
Yeah.
can survive this.
Exactly.
But sometimes you don't if you have some other issues.
It's
Anything else.
it's
Like every
like-
year.
Let me tell you right now, I'm more so afraid, and I'm praying for those that have pre-existing conditions, have breathing issues.
Yeah.
How long we've been seeing elderly rolling around with the oxygen in their nose and all that, and have the tanks on their backs, and the elderly that's I'm feeling for them, because with the choices that are being made under here, they can put anyone under COVID at any time and just put the elderly down. And this is where family come in here to take the oversight, because it's going to be more so the elderly and others who aren't being visited and checked on regularly.
This members now.
Now
They're
the
staying in
point,
hospitals.
Now the point I wanted to highlight real quick, right? What I wanted to highlight is, folks, I didn't give my opinion on anything thus far. I gave you the Reuters report of in 2016 how they were letting gases loose to test on the New York citizens. And I told people a long time ago that mixed with the chemtrails, believe me, eventually there will be a bio attack. So this thing is coming in waves on every level, whether it be, again, coronavirus itself. And I have a book in which they prophesied this would happen. Okay? I can't say they prophesied because it's not biblical. They foretold this in a book by Dean Koontz. in 1981. In a couple of minutes, I'm gonna go upstairs and get it, but I'm gonna save that. That's juicy right there. It say that in 2020 there will be a pneumonia type disease that will cause a pandemic within the United States, created in Wuhan, China, in the book. Now, folks, here we go now. On top of that, we just gave a CDC report on how they are labeling death certificates now. So yes, they're going to get the number that they want, because there's a certain number that have to be recorded in order for the world body to deem this a pandemic. They have to have the numbers, even if you're not exhibiting or seeing thousands of people die with your own eyes. The way they have the reports filled out, they'll still get to that number to deem what this is a pandemic. They just need the death
numbers.
certificates
The numbers.
to reflect the numbers that it takes for under an emergency for them to call a pandemic and have what? Martial law type powers over the earth. Right? So they just need the numbers. Now, how they get the numbers? The CDC just told us. Those that were labeled under other deaths a year ago, they're going to be COVID. And the other thing that was chronically ailing them for years will be part 2 of the death certificate. Okay? So now, we just pulled these things out. All I'm going to say to you folks, and we're going to go into these scriptures in a moment. In the midst of these trying times, the unseen enemy will continually play a psychological war on your mind, attempting to break the trust amongst neighbors, friends, communities, and our families. Are you going to throw your family out like dung? Are you going to now make enemies of those who were your friend a year ago because of this environment? With the losses of income, people are they're going to be tripping out here. And Satan is going to sit here and watch this powder keg blow, knowing that people aren't that patient with one another. And eventually, insecurities, fear, all of that begin to kick in. Non-trust will kick in. You get anxious, anxiety kicks in. And the only people that you can actually take this out against are those in your close proximity. With loss of income, fear of sicknesses, bombarded with reports of death 24 hours a day, it can drive even the strongest of some to a lonely, depraved place of non-trust, turning people into lesser beings without care, only to depend on an animal-like instinct for the sake of survival, tearing each other apart. Let me tell you, this time will show who we are in the earth. There's no middle ground no more. There's no place in which you can pretend to be nice. If you're nice, that will be highlighted and come out in this time. If you've always been an evil, deviant, destroyer, blaming everything on other people and all that, and always looking for someone to attack in an instant, that's going to come out. The fear is going to drive that spiritual demon in the flesh that have always lied dormant in man. And only Christ, brothers and sisters, can have us navigate through this matrix with a cool head and not be affected. And I refuse to turn on my brothers and my sisters and my family and my neighbors during this time, because that's what the devil's banking on. Elder Lawyer, you got the floor, young man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I think you have actually quantified one of the main points I wanted to put forward as far as what's being put forward in the news and how it's affecting the everyday citizens. I mean, now things are kind of, depending on, of course, what neighborhood you're in or what places you're frequenting. I'm pretty sure things are a little bit more crazier in some places than others, but you can kind of notice that, some of the information they're putting out there on the television is to eventually equip or to initiate the citizens, the everyday citizen, your neighbors, family members, so on and so forth, to become Gestapo. When you go on YouTube or when you watch television, you have commercials telling you that there's enough food to go around for everyone. Don't try to overstock on food. The question is, who is that message for? That message is for your fellow grocery store shoppers to let them know that, listen, if you see anyone buy an extra carton of eggs or if you see anyone buy an extra case of water or anything that they deem to be in limited stock, if you see something, say something. So you're noticing, and also reports of, them initiating citizens to tell on their neighbors, to tell on business owners who continue to keep their shops open during this time, trying to stay afloat based on everything that's coming forward. You're definitely seeing a society where when Christ prophesied that the love of many shall wax cold and they shall deliver you up to be afflicted, becoming a stark reality. And I want to make mention as far as, and this will be my last point, when it comes to us who are called to be saints, to be called, or who are called to be followers of Christ in this time. We cannot succumb to the spirit of the world when it comes to that mindset of delivering one another up to be afflicted, or betraying one another, or allowing our love for one another to wax cold. Christ was prophesying what would befall the earth, the unbelievers. We can't fall, or we can't allow that to be our destiny, being those who are called to be saints, those who are called to be believers. And I'm mentioning this because, as you mentioned earlier in this broadcast, Elder, there's going to be many things to come. Like this is, like Christ said, he said, this is the beginning of sorrows, but the end is not yet. We just started with this thing. This is just the tip of the iceberg, or the tip of the iceberg.
Good morning.
So, if you are, if your knees are buckling now, and if you're falling weak now, and if you are allowing these spirits to permeate and to expose themselves now, I mean, can you imagine when it is just a loaf of bread on the table, and there's 50 people in line waiting for that one loaf of bread, the spirits that are going to jump off, and just real life situations that we're going to have to face in this journey to the end. As Christ said, those who endure unto the end, the same shall be saved. But I just want to recount. And I know you said you have some videos, Elder, or some information.
No, go ahead.
Yes, you mentioned that you have some information that you want to recount as far as things that we've mentioned up until this point. And some of those things you've highlighted throughout the course of this broadcast. And again, I'm bringing this out so that brothers and sisters don't think that we have been taking this thing lightly. Okay? From the beginning of this.
It'd be a while before they can come over here with that mess. But go on.
From the beginning of all of this, before the run on the stores, before people were fighting over toilet paper, and they were telling you you can only take one carton of eggs, we were telling brothers and sisters for years, and even a month or weeks leading up until some of the things we're seeing with the grocery stores, we were telling brothers and sisters to stock food in emergency supplies.
Mm-hmm.
When this thing came on the scene, where people where cases were popping up, we're telling brothers and sisters to be aware of their surroundings, not to be out there dealing with lackadaisical, frivolous traveling, to only leave the house when necessary. We were letting brothers and sisters know to start implementing some of those biblical principles of cleanliness, making sure you wash your hands, wash your clothes, wash your body, okay? Different things we've been letting brothers and sisters know to implement within their lives daily if they haven't been already. And some of this stuff is common sense. I mean, wash your vegetables, wash your food. These are things you should have been doing from the beginning. However, because of the heightened element of the reports of COVID-19, we have been warning people from the beginning certain things to implement on a daily basis.
Yes.
You did a video a few weeks ago speaking about it's in the water
Yep.
and letting people know to listen. If you can, get filters for your water, both for your showers and for your drinking water. Now, me personally, I already have filters for the drinking water, but I didn't install filters for the showers. Okay. When I saw that video, the first thing me and my family did was order filters for our showers.
Mm-hmm.
Just to give you an example of how this information, like we've been going above and beyond with this information,
Right.
letting people know beforehand to deal with preparation. Up until last week, this past Sabbath, you stated, for the sake of, there's some information we have. We can't give you all the details now, but all we know is that if you can, avoid leaving the house for about 3 days until
Yep.
the weekend is over.
Yep.
And what happened? We stayed in the house, kept the windows closed, didn't turn the air on or anything based on the information that was provided.
Mm-hmm.
So we the church has gone above and beyond. This is the point I'm making. We've gone above and beyond, letting brothers and sisters know to take certain precautions to keep themselves safe.
Mm-hmm.
So just because we haven't been towing the company line like you see on CNN, ABC, NBC, Fox, so on and so forth, people may think that, well, we're not taking this seriously. Well, yes, we are taking this seriously, but we're not going to induce you with more fear because you get enough of that on your daily news.
Exactly.
Okay? And with that, I yield.
Exactly.
And for Veronica, the elder, we're addressing stuff that the media is not addressing, like
Exactly.
the water.
Exactly.
Don't stay home, and you don't hear that. You didn't hear that from
Yeah.
Fox News. You hear that from GOCC News.
Yeah.
You understand
They
what I'm saying?
didn't tell you that stuff was going to be all up in the air and staying at home 3 days.
You understand? So what I'm saying is,
Yeah.
this is more just simply a show. This is a week to week update from the elders and what the Most High is revealing to us, and also what we getting for people and news and research is okay to protect the church. But
Exactly.
in the middle of all this, no weapon formed against us.
Exactly.
Have faith.
That's right.
And I'm glad you brought that out because I'm going to say this. Because I know, folks, and y'all have to be careful with this. All of you, and be on the lookout for this. You're going to even have people blame us for things we have no control over.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have people blame us for their choices. When the only thing we're doing is giving you the information to stay level-headed and to understand how to navigate through this time without losing yourself.
Mm-hmm.
To stay on the path. Okay? We're not going to become CNN/Israel News.
Right.
It's not going to happen.
Right. The scripture. That's
We're
what we
never
already-
going to tout the company's line because we know that there's always another agenda with whatever they report.
Exactly.
Not to say that there's no truth in what they're reporting, but isn't you getting inundated enough with that?
Mm-hmm.
Shouldn't you know how to navigate through this without turning on your brother and sister?
Mm-hmm.
And know that the Lord prophesied that instances like this would occur to test us. We're in the first wave of, I'm going to tell you, we're in the first wave of the purge.
Mm-hmm.
And that leads us to this, and I'm about to open up the phone calls. Folks, that leads us to this. I need y'all to look at that. I put this inside your link, and I'm going to put the link in again so that you can show others that we're not making stuff up. The CDC is telling them to put everything under one, to put this as the number one death over everything. And this is why you're not hearing about no one dying of anything else. Now, what else we have here? But this is the most important news we've had to date, because I said the first week that whatever this is, and I said it near the Passover, whatever it is, at the end of it, black people, Hispanic people will become the face of it. And this will lead to what? Nation against nation. They will, I'm going to tell you, they're germinating the spirit of racial tensions by now claiming that black people are the face of Corona.
I got to add something to that. But go
Okay,
ahead.
let me go through this now.
Yep.
Now, is this, can you find this on the Gathering of Christ Church website? Is this a conspiracy here? No. This is the Washington Post. Washington Post. The coronavirus is infecting and killing black Americans at an alarmingly high rate. Now, mind you, we're the people that deal with high blood pressure in other areas, respiratory issues, emphysema, on cigarettes, eat pork, not healthy at all. So if something happens where we go into one of these hospitals and come up and on the first line, it's corona, they're going to easily be able to get these numbers with us. At an alarmingly high rate, as the novel coronavirus sweeps across the United States, it appears to be infecting and killing black Americans at a disproportionately high rate, according to a Washington Post analysis of early data from jurisdictions across the country. The emerging stark racial disparity led the Surgeon General Tuesday to acknowledge in personal terms the increased risk for African Americans amid growing demands that public health officials release more data on the race of those who are sick. Why would they even, if we are a melting pot in respect of, if we're all equal and we all are in this together, why would someone pressure others to say, well, give us the group that's more so coming up high in this COVID-19 testing? Public health officials release more data on the race of those who are sick. Now, would they do this if they were targeting a white community or a Chinese community? Why all of a sudden they need a race-specific graph to know who this COVID racially attaches itself to? It says public health officials release more data on the race of those who are sick and hospitalized. Why? Because through fear, sometimes my mother go to the doctor just to make sure nothing is wrong with her. You put something on TV, of course, in our community, a community that's driven by fear, you're going to get us running to the hospital. They know that. They know that. So now they're going to say, how many people went to the hospital? When you drove fear all week on television telling them to go to the hospital.
People of color, especially older
Yeah,
people.
our people, man, my mother go to the doctor when she don't, I'm like, where you coming from, the doctor's office? I'm like, what, you met a friend there or something? Well, you there every day.
Yeah, it's become
So,
a thing.
so let alone, folks, if there's a scare out there, they knew it would drive our people into these hospitals.
My wife's on this.
So now we know why they were driving people to test and go there and all that. So they can now say it's a black problem. Now,
I want to ask him.
okay, right after I show this graph, I'll let it over to you, okay?
Yes, sir.
It says, the emerging stark racial disparity led the Surgeon General Tuesday to acknowledge in personal terms the increased risk of African Americans amid growing demands that public health officials release more data on the race of those who are sick, hospitalized, and dying of a contagion that has killed more than 12,000 people in the United States. And as we can see, we know now how the CDC got those numbers. Now, look at the disparity. African Americans by percentage of population and share coronavirus's deaths. Now, if they can do this and make a demographic more threatening than the rest of another demographic, that alone will make it where the government would have to kick in and quarantine that particular group and keep the quarantine and gathering measures amongst those groups while everyone else can still go to church. Everyone else can still do what they were doing. Now the children of Israel, God's chosen people, can't get together and pray to the Almighty anymore.
Because you're sick. And, you know.
Okay?
Because we got to
Listen,
protect you.
that's just one thing. But I digress. There's other things I would need to show before I open up the lines. Elder Gabar?
Well, you could tell, because I want to show you a graph here. And I don't want to be talking like I'm just making up stuff. But when the
CDC, yeah.
CDC
Yes.
made a world graph of where the disease is killing people.
Yeah.
So if this narrative is true, that this thing is killing in a much higher rate of people of color, that should be reflected
Correct.
in areas where there is a high level of people of color, right? But when you look at this world map, it's mostly hitting Europe, America, Canada. Look at the numbers for Africa.
Exactly.
They're not hitting Africa. According to their narrative.
I'm saying, but right now,
right now,
it depends on who they're targeting
that's true.
at any specific moment. Because when it's time for Africa, on the death reports, instead of them dying of what they're dying of now, what they're dying of now will be on the column 2, the underlying sickness,
Right.
while COVID will become the number 1 sickness. So it's dependent on who they're targeting and what areas they're looking to inflate.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
if you go to, you just look at these perspectives. I love stacks because
Yeah.
stacks don't lie, numbers don't lie, Mathematica don't lie, and that's why when you bring out the 666, the coronavirus, you can't really say the chances of that, right?
Yeah.
Now, obviously, you have to always find out to make sure these stacks are real. But if you're going to use their numbers because you want to use their sources,
Yes.
I'm showing, or I'm trying to get. If you go into
Well-
Corona, COVID-19 map, world map,
Yeah.
and you could get it all over the place.
Well, get that.
Yeah,
Get it first.
Africa is not being hit in the same manner as the rest of the world.
Yeah.
So the question is, but there are some death, and there is there, but it's that country is very light. So I'm looking at their data and say your data doesn't match up. And your data said if anybody comes in coronavirus,
Yeah.
any cause, what age suspicion you may be, could be, you cough coronavirus.
Yes.
This is killing more black people than anything else. But what are the numbers? The numbers doesn't show that.
Listen, and now the numbers just don't show that. We're not seeing that.
Right.
Even if we hear, well, this person died or this person got sick, we're hearing about more people coming down with the sickness. But what we're not hearing, and even if people are coming down with corona, what we're not hearing is people that's coming down with flu and colds anymore. So our optics are telling us that something isn't correct because we don't see in our homes quarantine right now what they're actually reporting. Everyone is just home
It
safe.
doesn't add up.
We may not have a family member with a cold, but we had a family member with a cold last year.
Right.
So what I'm saying is, that's not to say that they will not get the numbers. But get that real quick, Elder Gabar, because there's a lot we have to hit on. So when you get the graph, we'll go back to it.
Absolutely.
Let me now open up some of the calls here. Okay? Please don't have us playing in the background as we bring you in, okay? Have your phones together. Okay, I'm trying to be patient with you. Don't let the enemy break your trust in the midst of these trying times. The unseen enemy will continuously play a psychological game on everyone, attempting to break the trust amongst neighbors, friends, communities,
So here it is, Rona.
and yes, even family. This is the first wave of the purge, the psychological wave. What you got?
Okay, so I'm
Why
looking.
don't you show them? Why don't you show 'em?
So I'm here. I'm looking. I'm showing you guys. You could get this on a graph on.
Yeah, that's it.
You know, the darker you are, the more deaths, and the lighter you are, the less deaths. Doesn't mean Corona is in your country. It just means less people have died. Look at America and look at Europe. Compare Africa. So what I'm saying is, I'm using, this is not a conspiracy site. This is the CDC. This is official world coronavirus map. And when you click on the state, okay, so right now, so Portia, according to the narrative, 14,682 people have died in America. And for the record, Ebola killed 17,000 in America 2 years ago, for the record. So we haven't even hit Ebola numbers, and nothing got shut down. But let's look at Europe. Europe, 10,000. France, 10,000. According to the narrative, 869. Let's go to Africa. Let's go to Nigeria, 11 deaths. Mali, 7 deaths. I can't pronounce that. Manta, whatever, 1 death.
That's Mauritania.
Mauritania. Okay, you go through all the states.
Hold up, matter of
Cameroon,
fact,
0.
I'm telling you, instead of going through all the countries, let's go directly to Egypt, which is the greatest city, the biggest city, and the most concentrated city in Africa. How many? Now it's millions upon millions of people, folks, in Egypt. I've been there.
Yeah.
What's the total of deaths in Egypt right now?
So right now the total of death is 103 people.
103 people.
And
Now, mind you, because coronavirus isn't a new virus, okay? Mind you, last year, these same deaths would have been labeled something else, even if corona was actually a contributor.
Yeah.
But it wasn't until this year that a cold-like symptom with corona would become the #1 reason for the death, and what you've been chronically dealing with all your life would become secondary on the death certificate, which was proven earlier. All right, so let's go down to a few calls. There's a few things I want on. Anything else, Elder?
That was it, Elder. Just to show that,
All right.
and going back to that brother, and
Okay.
my condolences goes to the family with the grandmother passed, and she was, up in age.
Exactly.
But they just cut the plug, and they said corona.
Yeah. Now they got a built-in excuse just to do what
They
they
have a
want to
lawsuit.
do now.
I don't even have how can they just do that?
They can't have a lawsuit under the Emergency Act. Under a pandemic, they're able to pull the plug and save supplies for those who they deem has a greater chance of living. That's just under these laws right now.
It's so sad.
Okay. 979 area code. Let me set it up. Don't let the enemy break your trust in the midst of these trying times. The unseen enemy will continually psychologically work on everyone, and I can see it's happening, attempting to break the trust amongst neighbors, friends, communities, and yes, even families will get divided through this. That's the first wave. The government can just sit back and talk on TV and have everyone look suspicious or skeptical to the closest relative right now. They can just sit back and just see us begin to draw lines, battle lines, enemy lines with losses now. And then you exacerbate that. You compound that with losses of income, not knowing whether or not you'll be able to get a job after this. Now, America have never seen a time like this where you don't know where your next dollar is coming from, or whether or not the environment after this will allow you to make ends meet for your family. Losses of income, fear of sicknesses, okay? Families separated, children there, okay? Women, single women with children with no father around. Seeing what you're hearing in prison right now. The loved ones, you fear what might happen to them in prison. We're bombarded with reports of death from the television 24 hours a day, waiting for reprieve.
Yeah, so up to kill you.
It can even take the strongest person to a lonely place of non-trust, turning that same person into a lesser being without care. Your survival instinct will kick in, and you'll have to trust an animal-like instinct for the sake of survival. I can see that now. People are turning on each other now. And guess what? The supermarkets aren't even completely closed yet. What will the faithful believers in Christ do during this time? Will this draw the righteous together or tear us apart? Will the love of many wax cold? Will we exercise the Spirit of Christ to get through this? Or will we turn like animals, one against another, like Satan expects? I can hear it and see it already. Let's go down the line. 979 area code.
Shalom, Elder. This is Sister Ariella calling from Houston. I was really, I was looking at thinking about when you told us to, stay indoors, etc. I was talking to my friend who was told, and he lives in Egypt at the same time, that they also were to stay indoors. And the country sprayed something. They were told it was medicine in the air, yet they had the same clouds, the same cold, everything that we had over here in the States. In addition to that, my theory is I'm still thinking that they're not quite ready for whatever big thing that they have planned. But I noticed that they are planting seeds that we are the main carriers. In China alone, they removed people from their homes and said that they have COVID-19. These people were tested, but they never got the results. In addition to the newspaper that you brought out, USA Today said the same thing, that they're worried about high numbers of Black people having COVID-19 because of having not good health care and the myth that we cannot catch it. And they talked about people playing cards, playing basketball. And my sisters noticed that more and more people are beginning to post on social media, Black people specifically playing basketball or having a party or whatnot, but they're not documenting the ones that are out on their golf course playing golf during this time. I know at my school, they told us that if we were voluntold to come up to the campus to do any work, that we're going to have to go through this survey and we're going to have our temperature checked. And if we fail, like we can't volunteer that day, then our name will be entered into a database. I don't know what database that is, but, I'm hoping that they don't volunteer me to do this. And then just finally, I'm questioning where is the condemnation and outrage from the media when Trump said that this was the Chinese virus. They called it racist, but now they need to know all the information about us. That's all I wanted to say.
Great points. Thank you, sister. Now, tell me something about this database again. Repeat that for me. I think that went over me. Say that again.
Yeah, at my campus, we were told that, because we're handing out food and stuff for the students, and we're also handing out schoolwork, we were told that if our name come up and we were voluntold to go to the campus, we have to see the nurse, it's mandatory, and that we have to have our temperature checked and we have to go through this survey. Now, I'm sure the survey is the same one that I took when I came from overseas during spring break. They had stopped us in Canada and asked us are you feeling sick? Are you feeling ill, etc.? Of course, if you say that you are,
But give
then
me
they want to quarantine you.
Yeah, just give me the data thing. I just need that piece. What is it?
The database, they didn't tell us. They just said that it's going to be entered into a database. He didn't give us more information about where this database is, but they're taking names.
Okay, so in a nutshell, they're going to give you a test to determine whether or not. Will they give you a test to determine if you have corona, or they just check fever type symptoms? What is it? Is it a test for corona?
No, they're just testing. They're checking your temperature, and then there's a set of questions, because I have these questions through the country. They ask you if you're feeling sick, etc.
Okay, that's what I need. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, sister. You stay safe and keep your ears to the ground. Let us know if anything change, okay? You stay safe.
Okay, thank you.
And don't let the enemy turn you against your family, your church. Don't let them turn you, because
definitely not.
Yeah, thank you, sister. And I'm going to say this.
Yeah.
If I turn on the only thing that's left, which is my family and my church, what options do I have?
One thing hits the fan. Who's going to look out for you?
What options do I have? See, that's what the enemy wants. Mm-hmm. Because who you going to turn to them to help you through this?
Yeah.
But you better be careful.
And now, can I add also to what the sister was saying about, let's be very careful what we post online.
Yeah.
That's there's a trend within America now that when you had a frustrating day, you sit in your car, you open up your, Facebook channel or your Instagram or Twitter and just rant.
Yeah.
And it's almost, I read an article about it, it's almost like a therapeutic thing.
It's therapeutic.
There are people listening to them. And we have to be very careful.
It's not that time for
It's
that.
not time for it, especially remember the church.
Yeah. Well,
Especially you had a bad day with your spouse, you had a bad day with
I don't want
someone.
to go into that because
Yeah.
there's other people.
Yeah,
that-
You know what I mean? But so be careful with that. Just be
Yeah.
careful what you post out. And,
Yeah.
you know, people just stay home and relax and listen, you know, read the Bible and just use this time to get more spiritually connected with the Most High.
Yes.
Thank you.
352 area code. Don't let the enemy break your trust. All right? 352 area code. Shalom.
All praises to the Most High. Elder Gabar, Elder Ricard, Elder Lawyer. Just reaching out to you again. This is Brother Ralph once again, the Orlando body. Just touching bases with you. I mean, what you guys are bringing forth is the energy that we need to continue to move forward. Everything that's being said, this is prophecy. Okay, the Bible talks about this. We're not able to even bury our loved ones. We're not able to go back and forth and move around from state to state like we have done in the past. And as you said, Elder Ricard, we will not be able to do these things, and it's going to change on tomorrow. Okay, when we wake up from all of this and there's a new day, where will we be then? Okay, I'm going to continue to stand with the Most High. I'm going to continue to follow the church in the body. My family and I, we're prepared to do what the Most High requires of us. I wanted you guys to my stepmother. She passed just a week ago. I talked with you.
I'm sorry to hear that, bro.
I was up in Alabama and took my mother back home. And my stepmother, she just passed, and my first cousin, she just passed out of Detroit. So I want you to just, pray for the family, pray for strength for us, and, continue to bring forth the message that is necessary for us to be on point with what we need to do when it comes to being prepared, being ready, and understand that Satan has this world turned upside down. We already know in Job, he said it was given into the hands of the wicked.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to, bring forth this message, man, and just continue to do what you all are doing. Continue to stand on what the Most High requires of us to do. And many blessings to the brothers. I mean, you guys are doing a great job bringing forth the message, and we're going to continue to move forward in a positive manner.
Well, amen. Thank you, brother. And it's funny because and my condolences to your family for all the deaths that you guys going through, and we definitely will keep you on our prayers. However, though, when we look at this may be a situation of blessing in disguise that, I haven't talked to my mom. I have talked to my mom more in the last month
Praise the Most High.
than I have spoken to her. I call to from time to time, but it's like every day, are you okay? Making sure. And, my brothers and things of that nature, we're talking now and what's going on, and it's bringing us close together because this is a wake-up call to everyone. Family, the church, and everybody's like, you know what? We may have to not worry about the little things right now because it's a much bigger problem. So we need each other now.
Let me put it on.
So thank you, brother, for your call and your support and things of that nature. We'll definitely keep your families in our prayers. But this is time to lock it in with the people that do matter, and the people that will look out for you. All
praises.
And all praises. So where are you calling from, brother?
I'm calling from actually Ocala, Florida, but Orlando is the body that I frequent, me and my family.
Okay.
So I try and reach out because we have been distanced because they have shut everything down. But it does not stop us from being on point with what we need to do when
Yeah.
it comes to staying in tune with this Bible. So
Yeah.
I'm going to continue to do that, brothers.
Yeah, I think what they did, they just walked up a sleeping giant with
Yeah.
us. We're now locked in more than ever. People are following, you know, and so thank you, brother, for your call
Go ahead.
and things of that nature. So I think this is you know, just locking in the church a little better, because when tragedy hits, we're used to that.
Exactly.
We could, you know, and lock in and things of that nature. All the brothers, make sure you keep your family in order. Make sure I'm having more meetings now with my wife and daughter now, and check in and make sure that everything and things of that nature, because we don't have time for the small things right now.
Exactly,
So this is
exactly.
actually bringing us close together. Go ahead.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I got something to show you, young man.
Okay.
That's why, you know, I had to leave it real quick. Elder Lawyer, you're gonna actually have to see it. I'm gonna show you the book when we get together. I'm not gonna bring it out in the academy. I was
Yeah.
gonna hold it for the academy, but you know me, I can't hold anything too long. Right. What do we have here? Dean Koontz, Eyes of Darkness, right? Check out what it says in Eyes of Darkness, right? And I'm going to blow this page up so you all can see it, right? It says in it, and I have it right here, it says, Wuhan, because it developed their rDNA labs outside of the city of Wuhan. And it was 400 viable strains of man-made microorganisms created at the research center. Wuhan 400 is a perfect weapon. It afflicts only human beings, and it goes into a disease being weaponized in Wuhan. Now, it's to a degree, Elder, that CNN had to do a story on it and claim that Dean Koontz wasn't talking about the coronavirus. But I got the book. And I'm going to show you what they didn't tell you on that same page. And you're here as a witness. And it even breaks down in the book that the virus will be released, a pneumonia-type disease created in Wuhan, China. And they said Wuhan last year.
What are the chances of that? I would like to get a scientific mathematic equation. Like, what's the chances of? Now, this was a book, a novel. What is
This
this?
is a novel that was written by Dean Koontz in 1981. I got it before it goes.
So this was like a fantasy story. It's a novel you could read about. You know,
it's espionage. There's a lot of other stuff going in. Yeah,
it's a little to entertain yourself.
Exactly.
In your home. Okay.
But check it out. It says, I'm going to show you on page 353. 353. I got it. I have it. I'm going to go into more of it this coming Sunday. It says, I'm not interested in the philosophy of morality of a biological warfare. You notice they had that part blanked out, the biological warfare?
Yeah.
Tina said, right now, I just want to know how the hell Danny wound up in this place. To understand that, Bombay said, you have to go back 20 months. It was around then that a Chinese scientist named Li Chen defected to the United States, carrying a diskette record of China's most important and dangerous new biological weapon in a decade. They call the stuff Wuhan 400 because it was developed in their rDNA labs outside of the city of Wuhan. And it was the 400th viable strain, man-made microorganism created at the research center. Wuhan, China, 1981, written of in a novel in 1981, predicting a bioweapon created in Wuhan, China, the same Wuhan that they shown from a hospital, people dying before this thing spiraled out of control. Saw people dying in Wuhan, China, just a few months ago, before it became a pandemic. And coincidence? Now, in the book, and I'm going to go through it a little later, it actually gives a specific date that the bioweapon would be released in the year 2020.
Who does that? What's the chances of that?
If anything, I got to find out who this guy
who's
is
that guy?
and lock him up because maybe he cooked it up.
Yeah, maybe we got who he's been talking to.
But I digress. A lot of this is going to be broken down in the academy. You wouldn't believe what's in this book, folks. It's predictive programming. But anyway, let me go down the line. Don't let the enemy break your trust. Let's go to the next call. 919 area code. You're live.
Shalom, elders.
Shalom, you're live.
Shalom, elders. This is
Talk to us.
hey, this is brother Greg from out of Raleigh Body. We were calling in because it's almost a little crazy to talk about it because what we witnessed last night was actually in line with what you were talking about earlier today in the lesson. So last night, pretty much, I'm just gonna jump into it. Last night, me and my family were outside, sitting on the front porch, talking Bible scriptures with our uncle, and out of nowhere, we hear this loud purge noise coming down the street. I mean, it had to be about 4 blocks of this loud purge noise. So as we were looking, we figured that maybe it was like a siren sound warning everybody to go back into the house. But as we came outside and we were sitting there looking, we seen this off-white minivan tinted out that was unmarked with a green siren lights in the window. And behind it, the EMS truck for this town was actually following this truck. And as the truck got closer to where we were, the EMS van, the message that projected off of the van, it said, all crime is legal, including murder for the next 12 hours. And it rolled down the street, yelling this out to a bunch of, down the whole neighborhood.
Hold up, brother.
So
Hold up,
we
brother.
were like,
hey,
oh
brother.
my goodness.
Hey, brother, you roll into a point where I can't hear you clearly, okay? What was being said?
Okay.
And talk
Yeah.
slow for me so I can get it. What was being said?
So off of the truck, it was like off of the loudspeaker. The message that came off of the truck, it was actually the exact purge message out of the movie.
Hey, brother.
It said, all crime is legal.
It said
It said,
what?
all crime is legal.
It said
I'm
all.
sorry, I can't hear you, brother.
Okay. Yeah, there's something going on
Yeah.
because you're breaking up and I'm trying to work with you here. And I heard the other calls before you. Okay? So
Okay, can you hear me better, Elder?
I can hear you. Slowly. It said
Okay.
you heard something play on a loudspeaker. I don't need your commentary on it. Tell me what was said.
Okay, so the loudspeaker played the purge alarm, and as the EMS truck rolled past us, the message that came off of the EMS truck, off of the loudspeaker, said, all crime is legal, including murder for the next 12 hours. Now, it rolled down the street,
hold up.
and we were...
All crime is legal. See, but this is what you have to realize, brother. There's some people out here that's using this for their own entertainment.
Yeah.
You got to know that there's a segment of our community, of America, who will seize to scare people like that by having a loudspeaker and playing that through their phone or on the internet just to scare people.
Mm-hmm.
You have to know that. Okay, but was this an official truck, or it was, I mean, it seemed like someone was just trying to get a laugh there. This wasn't military or nothing, right?
And Elder, this is, and you know what, because we told some of our family members the same thing, and we kind of got the same reaction, but this was an official EMS truck. It was an official EMS truck. We were literally sitting on the porch, and it came down the street, and it was following an unmarked van, all white, tinted out, and we know it was real. We almost, I figured it was like some type of rehearsal thing, because this actually, when we saw this, And then you talked about it today. Me and my wife sat here and was like, with our mouths open, like, oh my goodness, like we just witnessed this, and we weren't even sure we should even call in with this news because we're not trying to fearmonger anyone, but we're telling everyone what we actually saw.
Okay, I'm with you. I'm with you.
They're doing it in black neighborhoods.
I thank you.
And it was we weren't afraid, but we definitely were like in shock that we had actually witnessed something like that. And like I said, it was an official EMS truck. This was an official truck. The purge noise was so loud. I mean, this thing was super loud.
Well, brother,
Coming down
hey,
the whole
brother, do me a
street.
favor, because we're living in a time of cell phones. When you got something like that, you need to really document it, okay?
Yeah.
Next time, document that, all right?
Yes, sir.
My brother. Hey, it's
Yeah,
not
it happened so fast.
it's not surprising. I got to place you on hold, brother, because we have a lot of people waiting.
Thank you for the call.
Thank you for the call.
If I can mention before we go forward, Elder, I think the brother said he's in Raleigh.
Raleigh, I know.
Now, this is from ABC News. It says Louisiana police, and someone actually sent this to me earlier. Louisiana police, so this is another portion of the South, apologized for using siren from the purge to signal coronavirus curfew.
See? So the police was doing it, and they did it in Louisiana too. So there you go. All right, thank you. Because I really want to keep it on focusing, facts, and focusing on how it's affecting you, and not to let this turn you against those you love.
Yeah.
Because that's really the first level of the real purge. Not someone just playing something out of their car. Not to downplay that. Because these are all the things that are leading to the confusion out there that would have people panic and all that. How will we react in this time? Will we react like the television want us to? How the devil would like us to? Or will we use this time to embrace one another and to protect our families? Another thing, the other source, because here's the book that I'll be pulling out this Sunday. Check this out. This book, The Eyes of Darkness, of course, from the 208 End of Days predictions, right? Okay. It doesn't belong to the Eyes of Darkness for this one. This one belongs to Sylvia Brown, The End of Days. Sylvia Brown, The End of Days, and I'm getting this book, it says, in around 2020, a severe pneumonia-like illness will spread throughout the globe, attacking the lungs and the bronchial tubes, and resisting unknown treatments. Almost more baffling than the illness itself will be the fact that it will suddenly vanish quickly as it arrived. So check it out. So what else is the book saying? That the scary part of this is that it'll kill many people, but it'll actually leave as quick as it arrived.
Okay.
Because why? They're able to do what they want to do with the numbers. Okay? Mm-hmm. They can just allow regular sicknesses and death to take hold and not call it COVID-19 no more. And all of a sudden, boom, pandemic over. Mm-hmm. A controlled pandemic that can do what? Reset the earth, destroy one economy while actually creating a new economy for the new world order right from up under us. Mm-hmm. And on top of that, it's a rendition. They can get rid of all their enemies that's against the new world order and now receive a solution for those who would like to worship Lucifer with what? A casteless system, accepting the mark of the beast. And based on what I'm seeing right now, how people are turning on each other, if they introduce the mark of the beast chip right now and say you can go outside with this is a vaccine also where you don't have to worry about it, and we'll give you football back, basketball back, and you can enjoy the rest of your life, today it'll be a line around the corner to receive that chip. Let's go down. You got something?
Elder, I'm thinking. I don't know if you've seen this this article here. This thing about this so-called saint that is worshipped.
Yeah, there's a saint called Corona.
Okay.
And it says she's worshipped from March until May.
May 14th.
Exactly. It's a
Right.
not only that, she's a saint under the pagan Catholic Church, but really it's a goddess that is worshipped.
I'm wondering, is May 14th is going to be
The end of it?
all of a sudden we got everything's fine.
Yeah.
Because
Cor-
they were worshiping really
Yeah.
that date.
Corona
wonder.
is a female deity that was worshipped during this time of year amongst the pagans.
So,
And if y'all didn't know, this is a pagan country, folks.
yeah,
Don't let no one make you believe that this place was built on the law, statutes, and commandments
yeah,
and morals of the Judeo-Christian Bible.
no, this is the Satan's.
Yeah, this is the pagan country.
This is Rome handbook.
Yeah, this
how to
place-
start
yeah.
country. This is
Yeah.
this is a Rome handbook.
Yeah, this.
But I wonder if Satan is telling the world, if you're not going to worship my feast days
Yeah,
willfully,
yeah.
I'm wondering if they're gonna start attacking, the world these pagan feast days to honor their gods.
Well,
I wonder if there's some ties to that.
I believe. I don't know if they'll go that far because most people is not going to outright worship Satan.
Right.
Will they? But anyway, but anyway, I think they're going to make it more favorable to actually be pagan, and because I'm going to tell you, for years, Israelites and the truth of us being Israel
Yeah.
have turned a lot of Gentiles, especially European Gentiles, against the Bible altogether once they researched it and find things to be true concerning what we were saying. So I think that with the advent of the growth of those who know they're Israel,
Yeah.
and that metric that they pulled out last year showing that only 7% of white people actually go to church, that they're losing church members. Satan is losing his power source. He's losing his control over the earth. And he can measure, the elite can measure that metric by how many people actually worships him. So now if you make a time when no one can actually come together at all, and then all of a sudden you make it where at least they can come together for this. You are? And it's in a controlled environment of believers who are outside of that demographic of those black people who are now corona quarantined. It's free now to serve your paganism
I wonder how
without
I'm
pushback.
curious. I'm curious how they're going to, because the winter is flu season, right?
Yeah.
Everybody knows that. What they're gonna do for Christmas?
Well,
I'm curious to see if this thing just continues and somehow. I'm just wondering.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I mean, maybe I don't know. Maybe it'll dissipate for a little while because why? And everyone, if they release it during a time where everyone can go worship and they will celebrate, thank God, the witch is dead, it's all fine. The Jesus did it. Whatever the case is, and then because you can't sell this particular type of virus in the midst of summertime, because no viruses can survive under 80-degree weather. So if they try to push the numbers greater under 80-degree weathers or better, people will know it's a hoax right out.
Yeah.
So what happens is they're going to have to calm down a little, but they have to get as many people within this. Within that summertime. But then, pray that your flight be not in the winter, neither on the Sabbath day. When the winter time comes, it's back on.
It's funny 'cause-
But let's leave. We're gonna talk offline. We're gonna talk. Hey, we're gonna get it. And guess what? I'm gonna tell you this already. And I told people years ago where it was going. Already, it's online where they're stopping, police are stopping Israelites from speaking in the street. The video happened today.
Yeah.
I told the brothers and sisters a long time ago that thing going to be done away with, that we're going to have to take a different measure to spread this word, and eventually it'll be underground. And guess what, folks? That's where it's going quite soon. But I digress.
We'll talk about
We'll talk about it. Hey, you gonna be? I ain't going nowhere. I'll be here tonight.
I'm gonna do anything.
All right, let's get it. Don't let the enemy break your trust. And I'm gonna say this, even amongst the elders and all that, we all have our faults. No one's perfect, right? I try to be as honorable and as respectful as I can be to everyone.
Yeah.
And guess what? I even tell brothers, and I'm telling this straight out, regardless of anything. We have our differences and all that,
Yeah.
whatever the case is.
Yeah, it's gonna happen.
We're going to have our differences. But the elders, the brothers that's working together, the people of this church, it'll never come a time where I'm going to turn on any of my brothers.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. If we have disagreements, we'll deal with those disagreements. Okay? But I'm not going to let the enemy turn that into more than it is. And that applies to my family too. I know my family. They may not be perfect, but I'm going to help them as far as they will allow me to.
Yeah. Amen to that.
Now, if you walking up, let me go get a test. Let me go get a mark of the beast. You can put it anywhere you want, Satan. Hey, that's where I have to wash my hands. Because now you've become a demonic agent against all that's right, a child of hell. Okay? But I'm going to put it out there. Okay? I'm not going to let this time, either this time is going to, and when speaking to the elders, I don't like to talk about too much of what we talk about in our elders meetings. I'm like, listen, folks, and I said it to the elders, this is going to let us know who was a part of the church. This is going to let us know. Because when you see people turning on each other, saying things adversely, not going to their brother and sister like Christ said, all that is going to come out who was inward, destroying inside. We're not going to say anything. Let's look. Let's see it.
Yeah. I always say
let's watch it. Because we're thinking about all these people that we have to move and all that, and we have the numbers that we're dealing with all the churches. And I'm looking at people and saying, well, listen, I don't know by the time this happens and what's going on, whether or not some of these people that we have here, eventually we hope everyone go. But through this psychological game they're doing, they shall give you up to be afflicted. Many shall be offended. Many shall betray you. And they say it's because of a lack of bread in the Apocrypha. So I said, this is when we know the church. and guess what? And it's upon the people to put us to task as leaders over the church. This is when you know whether or not we're the leaders of this church.
Exactly.
Whether or not we'll leave the mantle. Whether or not we'll be like, well, see you later. Here's it. No. We went out 10 years ago and begin as he goes before the flock, setting things forward in the spirit of love and unity under Christ. Okay? As he goes before the flock, when everyone thought we were crazy, for this particular moment we're living in. We were made for this. And so were you. And guess what? You're going to have to go through it whether you think you were made for it or not. What side will you be on with this? Will you turn on the same people that care for you? Let's go down the line.
Amen.
All right. Also, Elder Godge is on Skype.
Yeah.
All righty then. Let me pull my man in, pots and pans. I'm ready. Praise the Almighty. And I told people, I said years ago, be wise as serpent, harmless as dove. Make friends with the mammon. Don't be out here cursing people out and doing all these things thinking that this thing ain't going to change. Eventually, Caesar is going to stand up and say, you know what? Let's make America great again. Okay? The same way during the time after Christ, you had these guys popping up as so-called disciples saying that they're going to bring people together and go against Rome. And to tell you in the book of Acts, and also when you go into Josephus, hundreds of Israelites died following these people who were going against the Roman Empire. Because Christ said, I didn't set you for vengeance against the nations. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. Then you got people in the midst of a public spectacle out there. People, marching down the street in the midst of America. Showing an army force before Caesar. That's not wise. Our army is in heaven. That's Christ's army. You have people showing that they're going to show some might in America. Yeah, we ain't going to go for this. They doing. That wasn't wise. No place you see Christ doing no foolishness like that.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's good not to be seen, folks, and that's okay.
Yep. Yep. Christ even said it when you go to a city, don't even salute anyone.
Yeah, the race.
low key.
Yeah, the race isn't to the swift. To try to show, look at all these people. Look, we shutting the block down. No, Caesar said, listen, we're shutting the world down. Okay.
And who you got that permit from to be allotted to go out and march?
Exactly.
Caesar.
Exactly.
You're not showing anything.
That's not being wise as serpents, harmless as a dove, because eventually that's putting an unwarranted target on your own brothers and sisters that are out there.
Ego.
Just for the sake of being seen.
Ego will kill you. Amen.
Christ don't want that. Let me see. Where is he at? God, I'm trying to bring you in. He says, I'm here. I'm here.
Shalom.
Shalom. How you doing, my brother? I'm here.
I'm blessed by the best, and his name is Ahaya.
How you doing? How you doing, man?
I'm good, man. I'm good, man. Double honors to the elders, man. Elders, big up yourself. Double honors, especially to the elders in that label, man. Elder Kapar, Elder Lawyer, Elder Rakashi are there. Blessings, man. I'm not going to stay long, Elder. I just want to drop. There's 2 points I want to drop. There's 2 things I want to drop. I got a scripture here based on the topic. Don't let the enemy break you, and I'm break your trust. And I'm putting this out there to everybody. Let me read something here out of the Bible. I'm in 2 Timothy, the 3rd chapter.
Yeah, I'm gonna let them know.
And the first verse, and it reads this.
Yeah.
This know also, that in the last days perilous times shall come. We're in the perilous times.
Yeah.
All right? This is perilous times. Verse 2. For men shall be lovers of their own selves. So right now, some people right now love themselves more than how they even love even in families. They must love themselves. Selfish people.
Yeah,
looking out only for their interests or what suits them. Let me read. For men shall be lovers of the own selves. Covetous. Now, covetous means, you're looking at somebody with something and you want that. You want to take that by any means necessary or any means available to you. You're a thief. Jamaica will say you're bad mind, red eye, envy, green eye, grudgeful. These are the times that we're in right now. These are the people that we're looking and they're coming and they're looking, look what he's been doing and look at that. Envious. Let me keep reading here. Boasters, proud. The Bible says pride cometh before the fall of a man. Blasphemers, disobedient to parents, unthankful, unholy, without natural affection. These people got no love for each other. These are the times that we're in right now, people. But where we at right now? Truce breakers, false accusers. Listen, Satan is the accuser of the brethren. That's the devil. He's the first accuser of the brethren. When he fell, the heavens rejoiced. Yo, get this bastard out.
Yeah.
Get this bastard out of here.
We don't have to
He's
kill this guy no
accused
more.
of the brethren. Cast him down. But woe unto the earth. Woe unto the inhabitants of the earth. Because this demon realized his time is short. That's where we are, people. Let me keep reading here. False accusers, incontinent, fierce, despisers of those that are good, traitors, heady, high-minded, lovers of pleasure more than lovers of the Most High, having a form of godliness but denying the power thereof. From such turn away. Verse 6. For of this sort are they which creep into houses and lead captive silly women, laden with sins, led with diverse lusts. Verse 7, ever learning, always on YouTube, always going into something, ever learning, and never able to come to the knowledge of the truth. What is the truth? Christ is the way and the life.
Exactly.
Verse 8. Now, as Jannes and Jambres withstood Moses. So these people like to go against authority. These people have a problem with authority. Sadistic. Now, as Jannes and Jambres withstood Moses, so do they resist the truth. Men of corrupt minds, reprobate concerning the faith. But they shall proceed no further, for their folly shall be manifest unto all men, as theirs also was. But thou hast fully known my doctrine, manner of life, purpose, faith, long-suffering, charity, and patience, persecutions, afflictions, which came unto me at Antioch and Iconium and Lystra. What persecutions I endured, but out of them all the Most High delivered me. So Paul let them know that out of everything that we're going through, the Most High is our deliverer. Verse 12. Yea, and all that will live godly in the Yeshua Christ shall suffer persecutions. So, brothers and sisters, don't feel that we are immune to it. It is coming. It's here. The government gonna look to take away our rights. Things are gonna happen, and then we're gonna start looking at each other sideways. Like, I wonder if this brother really cares. And when them thoughts start to enter into your mind, when you start to doubt the people who've been there for you from the beginning, who've been laboring from the beginning, you have to look and say, what spirit is bringing that? When you look at elders and bishops and deacons, go right down to the, and not just the men, the women in the background who labor tirelessly. Okay, when we start looking at these people sideways, we have to examine what spirit is bringing that. That's the devil. That's the accuser of the brethren. He wants us right now to go against each other. Why? Because if a house divided can't stand. Elder, the second point I'm bringing, the second thing, that's the first. The second thing I want to drop, right? Check this out, people.
Okay, I will.
You see this? You see this? I know. You see this? But the quarantine the people and giving them curfew to stay in. It's really a ploy so that they can establish and set up their 5G network around the earth. Now, I see some people burning down the 5G or cutting it down. But check this out. The mark of the beast cannot run without 5G or something greater. The mark of the beast must come. The RFID chip, the radio identified ID chip, it must come. It must happen. So we're looking at it right now and seeing that, we can't fight against that. Because that's what they want us to go out here, cutting down 5G towers. We can't stop it. They're bringing it. That's the mark of the beast. Revelation 13 spoke about it. Because for them to implant a chip in you, a microchip on this level, it needs a high radio wave to work.
Exactly.
And that's what they're installing right now. They're installing it whilst we are quarantined within our homes, telling us to stay in to prevent Corona or Wuhan 5000 or 400, whatever it is. Yeah? They are installing these towers on hospitals. They are installing them on schools.
Yeah.
They are putting them on children homes and old people homes. And that's going on right now across the earth.
All the institutions are getting 5G. Yeah.
Sorry, say again, look.
All the institutions, that's why they had to take everyone out of the schools and everyone out of the institutions, because they're actually wiring and putting in the 5G network and moving all the schools and everything and all their institutions towards the mark of the beast system, where no man can buy or sell. The chips that's going to be in people. Exactly.
Last week I got up and I looked outside just to look, because I never noticed.
Yeah.
And I noticed poles and stuff that wasn't there. Like, I didn't, was it there or was it looking? Was it always there?
It was there. It wasn't there.
You get what I'm saying? So I'm like, was that there? And I'm asking my wife, I don't know. I wouldn't look. So now I'm looking.
Yes.
So Ron, because you don't look, you expect the pole to always be there. You know the pole is there. You don't look at it. But like, I don't remember that part.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's happening all over the Bronx.
Hey.
What I've seen here, Elder, in Jamaica here, and someone just brought my attention to it. The 4G poles that they have in, they're upgrading it now. One brother just told me, literally just before I came on, that, yo, it's making him sick. Sinus activating, dizziness, brain fog, all of that stuff going on right now. And they're putting it up. And it's not just in America or Europe. They're doing this thing everywhere. All of your government, all of your prime ministers, your presidents, all of them took the chip. All of them sold you out. All of them took the silver. That's what they did. When this prime minister came on TV talking about, yo, he sinned against the people. No.
Okay, God, you went out.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, no, I'm saying that. Why doing.
God, do me a favor. Just take your camera off because I only have your audio on anyway. That'll make sure your strength is good. Yeah, pick up from where you left off at. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm scared. I hope I'm coming in clear now. I'm saying I understand why the prime ministers come on TV saying that they sinned against the people. They know what they did. They sold them out for silver. They got bought. They got bought. Every country they lock it down right now. They are in league with the beast. Brothers and sisters, we are in some perilous, unprecedented times. We have wicked men, wicked, evil men who sold you to the river. Let me read one more scripture here, and I'll yield. Okay. I'm in the book of Jeremiah, the 50th chapter. All right? Let me get it here.
Yeah, because I have to get some more calls, so help me out here.
Yeah, I'm just going to do it quick and then leave, man, and I'll go back and hold.
Okay.
Let me read this. I'm in Jeremiah 50, verse 6. It reads, my people have been lost sheep. Their shepherds have caused them. They have away on the mountains. They have gone from mountain to hill. They have forgotten their resting place. Verse 7, all that found them have devoured them. Everybody, every prime minister, every president have devoured God's people. They have devoured us. Have devoured them. And their adversaries say, we offend not, because they have sinned against the Most High, the habitation of justice, even the Most High, the hope of their fathers. So they believe that they can come and do all of this because we have sinned against the Most High power. Israel, it's time for us to turn back to the Most High. And in turning back to the Most High, we have to look at ourselves, self-examination, and we can't go against and allow the enemy to break our trust amongst ourselves, to divide the house. And with that, Shalom.
Shalom.
Amen.
Hey, bless you, brother. Put it on mute for me real quick. And I want to say this. When it says the love of many shall wax cold, guess what? Brothers and sisters, we're here. And I want to mention something since Elder Gaji was on, because I want to put it out there, folks. I want to put it out there. There's a lot of things going online. Social network and all that. And I'm going to talk about that in a moment. Hold up. Sinus is here. Let me say this real quick, folks. Whether it be hashtags, using GOCC and all that, don't follow none of that. If you want to know what the Gathering of Christ is doing and what actual websites and things that we are affiliated with, go directly to thegatheringofchrist.org. If we don't have the hashtag, if we don't have those other things on it, it doesn't belong to us. It's people using our name to try to gain traction and heap souls to themselves. If it's not on the Gathering of Christ Church website to what social media we're linked to, it isn't us. That's number one. So you can look at that at your own risk. There's another thing out there that says hashtag GOCC and showing all the One West camps and all that coming together as Voltron. Let me make sure y'all understand that. That will never happen. Okay? Not with us. because they're dealing with a doctrine that's against Christ. If they're not baptizing, they don't understand the judgment. If they don't deal with the ministry that was set up under Peter and have those be the core tenets over someone just being black and Israelite, there will never be a coming together. We're with Christ. Okay? I don't care if someone say they're down with Christ or use his name and say they follow them. You will know them by their fruit and their tenets of what they have established as the gateway, as the gate towards the kingdom of heaven. If anyone deny the baptism, they're denying Christ. So if anyone is waiting for that to happen, the most that can happen is we'll always respect them according to the law, and we will not do against them according to the law they follow. We both agree that the law of Moses is in play. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not covet what is thy neighbor's. Thou shalt not commit adultery. They don't ever have to worry about any of us breaking those laws because we agree together that God gave Moses the laws. But until they come to Christ and receive that spirit through baptism and take on the discipleship that was given, which is the only path towards the kingdom, the law of Moses is as far as we can go with it. Okay? And that's not because of us. And John 10 tells us that Christ is the door. When the Pharisees and scribes who also understood the law, they came to Christ asking Christ, who is he? And Christ says, listen, I'll answer your question with a question. I'll answer your question with a question. And this is the question that I would have today, being what? A follower of Christ, believing in the baptism. He said, I'll answer your question if you answer my question. Speaking of those Pharisees and scribes. The baptism of John, was that from heaven or was that of man? Why did Christ ask the Pharisees and scribes that question? Because Christ knew it was from heaven.
That's profound.
He knew it was from heaven because that's why he was baptized, paving the way towards his kingdom. So he asked the Pharisees and scribes who believed in Moses. I'm not going to answer no question you have right here until you answer my question. The baptism of John, was that from heaven or was from man? And they reasoned amongst themselves, the Pharisees and scribes, and asked, well, if we say it's from heaven, then he's going to respond back with, why didn't you follow him? Why weren't you baptized? If we say it wasn't from heaven and from man, this mob that followed Christ will fall on us. So they stayed silent and bitterly walked away. And see, that's why Christ always used that as an example of who was down with the Most High, opposed to just being an Israelite. Right. All Israel is not of Israel. If they deny the baptism, they're antichrist.
I don't care how many scriptures they could break down, or Hebrew.
Exactly. And that's why Christ, and if anybody come from any camp or anything, I'm going to ask them the question that Christ asked. The baptism of John. Was it from heaven or was it from man? Right. If they try to claim, well, that was just John setting it up by themselves. Oh, you saying that's from man? Then why was Christ baptized?
By John.
By John. Now, if you say it's from heaven, that it was prophesied in the Old Testament that in the spirit of Elijah, John would pave the way, you would confirm that the baptism was from heaven because it was written and prophesied out of the Old Testament in the book of Malachi. And if you knew it was from heaven, why are you denying it? So we can't come on one accord. How can we be on one accord when you're not on one accord with the Savior who paved the way for this brotherhood? Who will gather the elect to the elect? That's all I have to say on that. Elder Lawyer, you have anything to say, or should I go through these calls? Okay. Let's go.
Slacky, I was on mute. Yeah, let's get to those calls.
Okay, good. Thank you. 816 area code. What's going on here? We have 44 minutes. If you're on hold, wait there. Wait there. Okay, Blog Talk is off. Something happened there. Okay, Gaja. I'm gonna need to call you back, okay? Something happened when I brought you in. One second, folks.
Show, we are reconnecting you now.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Can you hear me?
Okay, yes, I can hear you, sister. Hold on a second. I'm sorry. When we went to Gaja, something disconnected there, but I have you here, sister. You're live.
Oh, shalom, elders. I just wanted to say, boy, it's a lot going on. Thank you guys for being so diligent, and I'm even more grateful and thankful to be a part of the body of Christ.
Praise the Most High.
I wanted to bring to your attention, are you aware of there's a pastor, a Christian pastor, they call him Pastor Chris in Nigeria, and this Sunday he preached a message where he was exposing the 5G conspiracy, I guess they want to call it. But he was saying he was explaining from a high level of the science behind the 5G and how it is being implemented all over the world at the same time for the purpose of the Internet of all things, to connect everyone through the Bill Gates vaccine that's called the ID 2020. Well, they arrested him today.
They arrested him?
No way. I just think that they arrested the man.
Sister, you have the article with you?
Said,
okay, I could look it up.
Let's get that up.
Yeah. What's his name?
Yeah, his name is Pastor Chris. He's one of the largest pastors.
Okay, I need you to.
In Nigeria.
Okay, I understand. Chris, spell that for me. Is this just Chris?
Pastor Chris. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You won't have a problem. I'll email it to you. You won't have a problem finding it.
Thank you. Give it to me. CHRIS. That simple? Okay.
Just look up Pastor
Look
Chris.
that up on YouTube.
And let me share with you the name.
Hold up. Hey, sister, just give me
website.
Whatever you bring me. I got to go to the next call. We have a lot of people waiting. So say it, and I got to go to the next call.
Sure.
Thank you, sister, for your call.
That's okay. I'll send you an email.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sister.
All right, going down the line, look that up, Pastor Chris. All right, going down the line, 904 area code. Shalom.
Hi, Elder. Good evening. Shalom. I just want to say thank you. Can you hear me?
Shalom. Were you on earlier or no?
No. This is my very, very first time.
Okay, you're live.
I want to tell you guys, thank you so very much for the work that you're doing. It's changed my life, and I'm absolutely enjoying the academy. Definitely would recommend it for all of us. Not only are we able to support, but also we're learning a whole lot of deep things. Anyway, what I wanted to tell you though was that I think it's a really good idea how you have decided to broach this issue of how all of this can change our trust in each other, our perspectives, and all of that. And with that, I want to share a story about what happened to my cousin today.
Okay. Before you share the story, I don't know if there's some cracking noise. I don't know if it's your phone too loud or hold on. Go ahead. Say something now.
Let me turn it down. Oh yeah, maybe.
Yeah, there's some cracking noise there. Okay, that's better. Go on.
How about now?
You're good.
How about now?
You're perfect, sister. You're perfect.
Wonderful. I'll tell you real quick, because I think all of us need to understand what is going on out there so that we don't have expectations that will not be met, especially in the workplace, right? So my cousin called me this afternoon, and what she was telling me was, first of all, she told me last week that she called one time at work, and her boss, who had been harassing her anyway, pulled her over and took her temperature. Yesterday, she was having some stomach problems, so she called in. Now, mind you, she's been going to work every day. And let me just set the stage.
Yeah, sister, I'm still hearing the cracks in your phone. I really need to hear this story. I don't know if I have to put you on hold and come back. I don't know whether or not you on speakerphone. I don't know what it is, but it's going to be tough getting through this story like this.
I'm not on speaker.
Okay, go on.
Maybe I can try to put it on speaker. Let's see. Is this better?
That's better. Let's go.
It's not. Oh, okay. So she's first they pulled her over. They took her temperature. Yesterday she called in sick because she was having some stomach problems. Today she went back to work. She went back to work today. They had her work the whole day. At the end of the day, HR showed up, and they said they're going to be testing her for the coronavirus. And I guess they decided to go ahead and, make it look as if they were testing the entire office. However, they tested her, and then they told her basically that they're going to have to test her twice. I don't want to cry when I'm telling you this.
It's okay, sister. So what they're doing is they're actually weaponizing this and using the threat of losing one's job now under this, where now they can test you at any time. They've gotten clearance to test a person at any time under this and to fire a person for any reason. So if they have a problem with you, right? Keep in mind, folks, there's no liability here. That means you cannot sue them.
You can do whatever they want.
You can't go against them under the equal employment rules. Laws. Under this corona does away with all the equal employment protection for employees. But go on, I'm sorry.
Right. Yeah, they had been harassing her. This woman, her boss, had been harassing her anyway. But to pull her over and take her temperature, and then the coronavirus test that they gave her was in front of her coworkers. And I guess they wanted to make it look like they're not going to single her out, but they made sure to take hers twice. And then they even did not want her to, just wait for her result. I'm so glad that she sat there, even though it was the end of the day, so that they would not come and say that, oh, by the way, your test was positive or it was inconclusive. Because that girl could have lost her livelihood right on the spot today.
Okay, sister, what type of job, without putting out her name, what type of job, what type of employment is this, and what state or city is this?
Florida, and she's a medical assistant in a doctor's office.
Oh.
And the sad part about it,
go on.
It's one of our people who's the doctor, and it's one of our people who are turning her in, and it's the other person who's been harassing her, and I guess called down HR on her. Well, praise be to the Most High, her result was negative twice. And
but that's man, that's deep.
There's people like that all the time.
Man, that's deep. And it says, and Pharaoh placed taskmasters over them. See? I mean, people talk about the other nations, folks. When it says the love of many shall wax cold, I thank the Most High that she got through. But I'm going to tell you, if she's under the microscope, eventually they're going to find something. And now they have the full power to fire someone without recourse. You have the last word. I have to go to the next call.
But I want to bring this to the forefront because we really need to understand what so many of our brothers and sisters are going through. And we need to make sure that we take extra care with each other. Yep. Some people have had an opportunity to work from home, but many people are still out there. So I think you bring up a wonderful point for us to keep that in mind. And one more final thought. In my heart of hearts, I'm believing that when the Most High decides to gather us all, These people can never say that they don't know what they did to us. Shalom.
Bless you, sister. Thank you. Next call, 501 area code. I'm going to try to speed through these. I said I was going to try to allow this to be your broadcast, but I guess I'll come on tomorrow or before then or Friday when I have a chance. Well, I'll just open up the lines. You can tell us what you're feeling, how you're coping through this. Okay. And I just want to hear from the people. So I'm going to have one particular broadcast where I'm just opening up the lines and asking, how are you coping through this time? And what positive aspects have come out of this from your standpoint? And what do you do to make it through? How do you explain this to your children, what's going on? And how do you keep the house at peace in this time of uncertainty? So I'm going to put that out there. Probably I'll come on for an hour and just open up the calls. And y'all just give me the insight of how you are, how you're coping through this. All right. Let's go here. Let's go 501 area code. I hear myself in 501, so I'll be back. 340 area code, then 512 area code. 340 area code. 501, I'll come back to you after 341, and I'll only speak to you if I'm not hearing myself, okay? 340 area code.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Hello? Hello, Elder?
Yes, shalom.
Hello?
Let me go to the calls first again.
Oh, shalom, Elders. How are you?
Shalom,
We're doing well, shalom.
Hello?
You're live, sister.
Oh, Elders, I was thinking about what you guys were saying, what you were saying earlier about, you know, how they're claiming that blacks are more than others are the ones that are getting this corona.
Yeah.
But I feel like they're just attempting to move this claim across borders. They're starting with Judah, you know, in the United States, and they're going to move it to all the areas in the islands, all the areas where Israel resides, to say that, look, see, blacks are getting it, just to restrict us from gathering. Because if we can't gather for Satan, then we just can't gather at all, is what I'm noticing. And then also, just in general, this terrain is theater of the absurd. It's like 70, 80 all over again, especially looking at the borders. They're not letting people travel out or in. In the islands, you can't go to and fro. We used to be able to go to and fro islands. You can't do that. So it's like no man can go, you know, in a city, you know, afar if he wants to. It's that scripture in Ezra, I think it is. And then also the transition has been incremental, where you stay in a while, you put your masks on, you know, you get fined or you get threatened if you don't have them on, or, you know, it's leading straight to the vaccines and martial law. And few people are even listening. Like, even if you say anything logical based on statistics or just the inconsistent news reports, people are not listening at all. And worst of all, it's just coldness, like you've been saying, between people. They're calling cops on people who are coughing. Neighbors are calling cops on people who are coughing. And then also family members are suggesting, hey, go get checked out for corona. All this is going on now where I am in the islands. And we can clearly see how the wheat and tares are being separated in this madness. And the masses are like being called in, like robots or cattle. You know, they're following whatever the news is saying, and they're not. It's like that swaying through winds of doctrine. Except the news media and the media hype is like another way I'm thinking of that swaying through winds of doctrine. It's like these various doctrines out there outside of the churches and inside of the churches where people are swaying to and fro. And every time you step out of the house, it's always something new. It's like rations. They have glasses, like a plastic thing, preventing you from getting close to cashiers. They have arrests for people on the beach because they know in the islands you get vitamin D, so you can get like some kind of respite where you go to the beach. They're now policing the beaches where you can't go.
Wrap it up, sister. I need you to. You can't run down everything that's going on in Jamaica. I mean, there's a lot of things going on. Just round it up for me.
Okay.
So all I want to say then, Elder, is amid this storm, there are ways that we can be resourceful. We can figure out, have moments to think. And amid this storm, we take comfort in the fact that the prophecies are being they're unfolding, and the scriptures are true. And the Most High's word doesn't come back void. And I just hope and pray that we, by grace with eyes to see and hear, will choose God over government. And I thank the Most High for the work of your hands, Elder.
Thank you.
And that's all I wanted to say.
I appreciate you. You always bring us some
bless you,
joy.
Elder.
You always bring a smile. Hell yeah. Come up for air now. But let me say, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure let people know that the report that
was
the
that
pastor
was he wasn't arrested.
He was not arrested. It was a rumor that he was.
Yeah.
Of a sermon, but he wasn't.
He wasn't arrested. I'm glad you looked it up, and
Yeah,
and I'm glad that sometimes we check on these things so that we're not assimilating. That's why when the brother said earlier what he said, lawyer checked it out, because what happens is it'll turn out where someone will come midstream through one of our videos without hearing the full content and say that this is the information that we are assimilating. So now it's to the point where things are getting so deep right now. We have to check, even when brothers and sisters are bringing information who actually follow us and may carry it, because the internet can work. It's a two-edged sword.
Both ways, yeah.
Now,
thank you, Elder.
one other thing, I'm glad you checked that. I appreciate it. One other thing, you had something to bring in, Elder Lawyer?
Yes, sir. I was just off the back what you just stated.
Hold up.
Like
Hold up. Before you say that, there's one other thing that was actually in my mind. Sisters, I'm going to tell you, brothers, we're in a different time right now. Straight out. When you're out there amongst these people, whoever they are, it's not about the time telling them about 5G. And the information you got. If you out there to get onions and peppers, get onions and peppers and come back.
Right.
This ain't no time to be out there trying to give people the insight of what's really going on in this environment. Okay, this ain't the time to be trying to drop some information and hope that someone is going to see or hear what you're saying. 9 times out of 10, somebody going to follow you home or whatever and start saying, well, we got some people here that's operating. Because guess what? The people that are out there, you have a large number of people that are out there to see how many people who aren't following the stay-at-home order verbatim. They got a large number of people out there in plain clothes that's going to be following people home and all that. So I'm putting it out there. We're in a different time right now. Don't put a mark on you in these times. But go ahead. I'm sorry, elder lawyer. Go ahead.
Oh, no problem. Just off the back what you just stated. There's so much information out there right now, and so many different conflicting accounts when it comes to news that you have to fact check everything. I can't even keep up with a lot of the articles that are being sent on a day-to-day basis. And with anything that is sent, I have to make sure I go back and do some homework to make sure it's true. And we suggest that you brothers and sisters do the same thing on a daily basis before you send out this information. Because, at this time, you want to try to make sure you keep the lines as clear as possible and try to eliminate as many false alarms as possible, because that's also part of the confusion and the fear where there's so many things you're looking out for and you can't keep up with anything. So you just kind of, you lose it. So that's another important thing we have to be careful of.
Amen.
I'm glad you put that out there. And I want to say this also. I had an opportunity to speak to the brother in South America, in Suriname, right?
Yeah.
And I spoke to him today, and you have to realize we didn't really get a chance to go there and set everything up permanently from us. But good news is once this stuff clear up, we will be coming over there. We'll be having meetings. I let him know that eventually I need him to, to get some count on how many people there, whether or not they can travel, what's going on with them. Do they have what they need in this time of trouble, or whatever the case is? But we're going to be bringing that church all the way together to be guided through the elders along with the brothers and sisters that are there. So in Suriname, get ready.
We're coming.
We're coming. All praises be to the Almighty. All right. Let's go down the line. We have about 24 minutes before overtime. So I don't think you have any place to go. So we'll do some overtime. And again, we can move this in, segue into our next scenario in our next broadcast. When how are you coping through this? Is this moving you to a degree, to a point where it's bringing the worst out of you? Is there things about yourself that you didn't know before this? Okay.
Self-examination.
Yeah, there's it. That is something being pulled out of you through this time that you didn't know existed. I would even like to hear that if someone would like to offer that up.
That's profound.
Let's see, 512 area code.
Bless you, elders. Bless you, elders. I would like to say shalom, and I'll be brief. In this time of the virus, the corona, quote unquote, in keeping our bodies as strong as steel, bee pollen. It's so nutritious that actually the German Federal Board of Health considers it a medicine. It has almost all the nutrients that we need to thrive. Then, because we're not getting as much sunshine as we would like to get, sockeye salmon, wild Alaskan, is loaded with vitamin D. So that's one way that we can get vitamin D.
Thank you.
If we're not getting all the sunshine as we want. And then there is raw milk produced properly. That's the key. Produced properly is when we drink it, it gives us new and better blood. As a matter of fact, raw milk is a complete food, and when we drink it, it gives us new and better blood. The only difference between milk and our blood is the color. So milk is blood. So I just wanted to throw that out there. And olive leaf is a great, superior antiviral for this time. So I just encourage the brothers and sisters to get their bodies as strong as steel, to fend off these viruses, not to be afraid. And I haven't turned on my television one time since this whole corona thing started. So fear not, I am with you, says Ahaya. And Elder Ricard, I look so forward to when you come to baptize me in Texas. I can't wait. I just hope it's soon with all this craziness that's going on. Bless you, elders, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. Bless you and shalom.
Well, bless you, sister. I'm going to place you on hold, but I'm going to need you to send me some of that raw milk. I'm going to call you tomorrow. Please, I need it. All right? And I'm going to need some bee pollen. Do you have that there?
Yes, I have some bee pollen in the house. Absolutely.
Okay, can you
be without it?
Okay, well, whatever you need. We're going to get to you. We're going to baptize you. Hey, well, hey, sister, I met you, and I mean, what a great spirit, you and your husband. I'll tell you what, don't worry about it. I'll be there. As soon as the doors open, you're going to see the Gathering of Christ Church everywhere. We may not be online like all over the place. Only sparingly as this time comes will we be like we are now.
Yeah.
But you will have a place in which you can link up with us. I guarantee you, and yes, sister, I can't wait to put you up under the water. Praise the Almighty. I'm gonna call you up tomorrow, sister.
Praise the high.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Shalom.
Shalom, sister.
I remember taking a tablespoon of bee pollen overseas almost every day. I did it. I used to give it to Azel, my son, who was once asthmatic because it was vaccine damage. Asthma is vaccine damage. I remember taking bee pollen and going a year and a half without one asthma attack. On top of that, this is what's deep about bee pollen. I took bee pollen enough to where it was in my system, to where usually when the weather changed, that's when usually you deal with what you would call allergies and all that. Because usually when things start to pollinate and stuff is in the air, or when the weather change is when, if you're dealing with any type of issues, that's when things flare up. I noticed that I had no allergies from one season to the next for at least a year and a half. So I'm glad she reminded me of bee pollen. I almost forgot about that. I didn't have no side effects and didn't have an asthma attack in about a year and a half. So I need that in my life. It's going
and it's funny,
down.
These pharmaceuticals, man. That's why I wonder if it's really all about money. You can make money with organic stuff.
It's not about money.
You think it's like follow the money. You can make more money probably and dealing, promoting health and things of that nature. So you're right. It has to be about something else.
They wanted us to believe it was about money.
Right.
Because that's they're greedy. Nah, that's garbage. These people have enough money for the generations of their great grandchildren.
Yeah.
It has nothing. Now we see what it was about. It was about having us sick, exhibiting these side effects for the end game, using this compromised immunity now, and make everything that was compromised through vaccines corona. We're seeing their end game. We see why Bill and Melinda Gates started going and pushing left Microsoft and went into the vaccine field. This was their plan. It's unfolding. Now, 440 area code.
Hello, elders. Shalom.
Shalom, talk to us.
Well, when you said the love of many shall wax cold, I can definitely attest to that. As of recently, I wanted to gather some members of my family together so we can discuss this situation. And I used my 1611 Bible, of course, King James, as well as other biblical texts to bring out these points. And I noticed in the event of me trying to talk to certain family members, the direction started changing. You started hearing about personal agendas, which, of course, some of them were very negative. And I wanted to get back on track. But what I wanted to discuss with them was we need to take this a lot seriously than, a lot of them weren't actually doing. We looked at it was a joke, and I'm saying, hey, listen, I love you all. Christ loves you all. Don't kill the messenger. Just at least take what I'm saying within consideration. And then there were some smart aleck remarks, things of that nature. We even got to the point where they're looking at the Hope is 1611 saying,
hey brother, your phone is almost going. It went from high to nowhere.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Just repeat that again.
Repeat it again.
Okay. I had certain members, even with mocking and blasphemy, and we even questioning and even challenging the information. I'm saying I'm getting it from my sword, my Bible here. I had to, Christ said, I had to shake my feet and shake the dust off, and I packed up my Bible and my books, and I kept it moving. I love my family.
Hold up, before you go there,
turn my back on them.
brother, before you go there, how old are you?
47.
47. That's a good, right, wise age.
Yes.
How long have you been following the church?
I've been following you guys for at least 9 years.
Good. I'm going to drop some wisdom
and
on you.
I definitely want to belong to.
Okay. I'm going to drop some wisdom on you. Okay?
Yeah.
Christ went to a whole city. Couldn't heal one person for their lack of faith.
Right.
He went into his town, and he says a prophet is not known in his own town. No healing could be done because it was those who knew him, and to some degree, a lack of faith due to that some of that familiarity there.
The bias.
Right? They already formed an opinion on who they thought Christ was. The servant isn't greater than his master. No, if he suffered these things, no, you ought to suffer these things also. You have to understand, being a wise servant, what works for your family. Right? Now, for instance.
Yes.
For instance, here's the wisdom. My mother, a couple of weeks, she said it to me twice, and now we're working towards happening. My mother, who has a father who understood Braille, a pastor. She's the youngest of all of her siblings, 14.
Wow.
14. 7 boys, 7 girls. She's the baby. My granddad, who was a preacher, who preached and was blind, her father, who read the whole Bible in Braille. So that's the pastor she came up under. For the last 2 times I talked to her, you know what my mother said when I brought her some food and things she needed the other day? She said, Junior, she called me Junior. Yeah. Junior, I really need to be baptized. Brother, Guess how many scriptures I gave to my mother? You would never guess. 0. You know why I didn't take the scriptures? Because her observation of me, bringing me forth, there's something she see in me that's different. And it's not me giving her the scriptures. It's me living what I'm reading. So she know the difference.
Yes.
She know the difference between the boy she raised and who the Most High made me through this ministry, through life. And that's the sign that has her now saying, listen, I've been watching your videos every night. I've never seen the Bible the same. When I came to her and my father and tried to force this on her at the age of between 24 and 30, they was looking at me like I was crazy. And guess what? I think at that time, my memory was more sharper as far as just going through precepts because I was on the street almost every day than it is now. I'm wiser than I was, but sharper in precepts was I then.
Bring it out.
So what you have to understand, brother, is that Christ says what? And you ever go fishing, brother?
Yes.
Christ says he's going to make you what? Fishers of men.
A fisher of men.
Now there's some fish. If you're going to have deep, if you're going to go and get some deep sea fish, you're going to have to use a different bait. Right? So
Yes, right.
So Peter and his brethren understood what that means when he says, "I want to make you fishers of men." Understand that there's different bait depending on what you're catching, and there's an entirely different bait you need for your family. The only thing that will compel your family to come to the truth is her seeing the truth, your family seeing the truth through your walk, and then they'll ask you about the
Lead by
Bible.
example.
There you go.
I have a challenge.
Yes.
I have a challenge with all my new members.
Yeah.
And I tell them, don't tell your family anything. What you're doing, just be.
Yeah.
Be like Christ. And they're going to know the difference.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
And when they come to you,
One of the
then
questions.
the power's in you. Because now
Yeah.
they're asking you a question. And you can use
Yeah.
the answer. Yep.
Then guess what? Guess what? I'm saying baptized all over the place, folks. Not once did I have to ask my mother and ask her, were you baptized? Did you go to get baptized? That's how I know it's the Spirit compelling her to do it. I didn't give her, I didn't give her the sight to where I was teaching. She found it. All the people who grew up listening to I'm gonna let you go. All the people that grew up of my family who thought that I was against Christians and all that, who were women pastors and all that, my cousins and all that, have left that alone and begin to follow the Gathering of Christ Church without me even talking with them. Brother, the best example you can give is your walk. And that's a good idea you have, Gabar.
Yeah, people just, what you into?
But I'm going to let you get the last word because you had something to say. Then I'm glad you brought that forth because others are struggling in this time and really are looking to put the urgency on our family. But the reality is, you understand this, brother, none of Christ is lost. And if your family belong to Christ, they'll find him. But don't you be an adder in the way and browbeat them into something that only the Most High can show them. Okay? Go on. Have the last word there.
Yes. Just one quick question. I want to continue as well, and I want to take that action with a church near me and become a member and become baptized.
Okay, there you go. Now we talking. All right, I'm going to take your number down. Where you live at, brother? We have 10 minutes before overtime, but we'll do some overtime. 515-605-9327. The contributions to help the church is on your screen. I thank you for all you do, and believe me, whatever you give us is going right back into getting more people. Okay, before this thing close up. All right. What city and state you're in, brother?
Thank you. This is Cleveland, Ohio.
Okay, we got somebody right there waiting for you.
You're under me. So
Oh yeah.
I'll call you.
I'm giving Elder Gabar. Elder Gabar is the regional elder there. So hey, This is your blessed night. I'm going to place you on hold, okay? Let me have your name.
That's it.
Let me have your name.
LeBron.
LeBron?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, I'll give you a call tonight.
Well, listen.
Tomorrow, brother.
I gave it to him. Y'all see it, right? So you know I did my job. Shalom. Welcome to the body, brother.
Shalom.
All right. Elder, real quick, God just said he has something urgent to drop. He wanted to come back in.
Okay, let me pull him where you are then, and I'll just pull you back in a second, okay? Hold on.
Yes, sir.
Oh, God, you killing me, man. You know these people only have 10 minutes.
But yeah, he's texting me. I think he has some document he's got to show.
Oh, my
Something coming up.
God, you killing me, man. All right, 1 second. You know I want to give these people their time. 515-605-9327.
Hey, shalom, Elder.
All right, you come on the screen. You come on the screen. That's fine.
You're live.
Elder, you hear me?
Yeah, bring your video up.
Okay, one sec. Yeah, so you get here, camera on. You see me? Don't hit the light from me, please. Yeah, Elder, listen, I just sent Elder Gabar a message. Can you just, Elder Gabar, can you pull that up, please?
It's in
and let Elder Ricard see it.
Is that the on WhatsApp? The document?
Why am I looking at your fresh haircut? I mean, yeah, back up. There you go.
There you go. Yeah, right. Who's cutting your hair, Ark? I'm looking for a barber for you. I'm gonna have to have the elder cut my hair.
Hey.
I cut my hair for almost a month.
What am I looking at right here, Gaja?
Okay, Elder. That was given to that document that you're looking at was given to a patient, right? Saying that, telling them that they're gonna be dead in 2 days, and the doctor is saying that there won't be a need for a postmortem because they have secondary coronavirus. Now the family is telling me that he has kidney failures due to diabetes. Now we know that the kidney failure is coming from the medicine that they're giving them to take.
Okay, so in a nutshell, okay, I'm gonna show people what it is with the name blocked out.
Yeah.
So I think what God is doing is he's confirming some of what we're saying. Here's a paper that of someone he know where the hospital is telling him that he has this virus, whatever they calling it right now, COVID or whatever, and he had 2 days to live because of corona. When really they know that this guy is dealing with almost end-stage kidney disease failure.
Yes.
But they're going to put this under COVID-19.
And then,
Yes.
so Elder, they're letting him die. What
Yes.
they're saying? What?
Yeah.
They're saying they can't. Now, what's the excuse they're giving? Because the hospitals are crowded.
They're saying he has secondary corona, and when you read that list of stuff, they're saying that they can't treat it no more. So they're expecting him to be dead in 2 days. They actually gave him that. That letter that you're looking at right there.
They told him in 2 days he'll
In
be
2
dead.
days, yes.
So which means they can pull the plug on him in 2 days.
Sorry?
That means they can pull the plug on him in 2 days under COVID.
Yes.
Is he still in the hospital?
I'm not sure. I could find out if he's still there, but I know him personally. I know his family. As a matter of fact, I'll tell you what. This man that we're talking about now, it was his son that caused me to meet you.
It was his son that caused me to meet you.
Yeah, he was the one that hooked up the meeting with Bev for Peace FM. His son did it. So I know these people personally.
Oh my goodness. Man, we're gonna put our prayers. We're gonna put our prayers out, man.
For the angels, man.
We're gonna put our prayers out. But let me tell you, this. What I'm saying is, this is the culling. This is the culling and of the herd.
Hold on, I just got the message. He's at home.
He's at
the
home.
Doctors told him to stay home. So stay home and die.
But okay, I need you to check in with them and let us know what's going on with them on a daily basis, whether or not he go past these 2 days. But,
Okay,
but obviously he's in a bad case with his kidneys already, correct?
Yes.
Okay, let me have his name to make sure we put out a prayer for him. Let me have his name.
One second, let me get his name.
So they're just letting people die.
It's right now.
They these numbers up.
But they pulling the plug on all of the week that was under care, and on top of that, through it they're able to get the numbers they need to actually feed this pandemic.
Yeah, because
now it's deep that he's bringing this out because this is someone he know that's really dying of kidney disease.
But yeah, they're gonna try to market.
Or they're gonna mark it under COVID. It's gonna be one more person died under COVID.
All right.
Well,
it's Danny Bell. Okay, Danny Bell.
Danny Bell. Okay, I'm gonna talk to you offline so we can go talk about this further. At least pray for the family.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
All right. I appreciate you, my brother. Shalom.
I'm a blessing. Shalom.
All right. Thank you for that report. Let me bring Lawyer back here. 1 second.
Also,
all right, you can hang up real quick, guys. Let me bring Lawyer back. Yeah.
And also, while you're looking for Lawyer, I was speaking to you earlier. I have a friend of mine that works for the union construction, working for the city.
Okay.
And when this whole thing broke away, he was under a contract. He was doing some things, so they stopped everything, and they said, go home, and we'll call you.
Okay.
He was still getting paid.
Yeah.
Because he's under the union, but he was on home just to stay home, and he got called about 2 weeks ago, and he's been busier than he's ever been before.
Okay.
And so he told me, he said, this is kind of weird because they told me to stop working for my previous, whatever contract I was doing, whatever, building he was building.
It's 2 minutes left before overtime.
Go ahead. Yep. So, but then he got called and he's been working 4 hours every day for 7 days straight.
Yeah.
And guess what he's building, Elder? And he just called me because he thought it was suspicious.
Yeah.
They're building hospitals.
How many hospitals will they be building in New York?
Well, according to his estimate, his company, because they got a bid for these contracts, and his company alone, there were more hospitals, but his company alone got 5 hospitals. But it was 15 hospitals altogether. But his company alone is building 5 hospitals. Next year, they're building 15 new more hospitals in New York. And I asked him, where did you get this money from? Where does the contract come from? Oh, these are government contracts.
Yeah, so
why are they building 15 new hospitals in New York City?
Right, man.
They're getting ready for something.
Let me tell you, they're putting down the weak. The initial culling is to put down of the weak, and that's why it says they shall cast you out as dung.
Mm-hmm.
That means as dung, that's waste.
Yeah.
So how can they take a body and do what they want without an autopsy?
Mm-hmm.
By saying it's a disease that if anyone touch it, they can actually get the virus. This way, even the family,
90 seconds.
Even the family can't even look into what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, that body will now become property of the state under the corona protection.
And let me say this, Elder. Just because you're older doesn't mean you're weak. You could be older. You could just exercise, eat right.
Yeah.
Just don't give this, this thought mindset thing. They you make sure you eat right, sleep, exercise, and things of that nature.
60 seconds.
Check this out, Elder. And I'm rambling. I was reading articles that the CDC was already predicting because of poverty. Poverty alone will cause you to die out of sickness because if you don't have the right doctors, don't have the right food and things of that nature. So the higher people in regards to poverty rates and unhealthy eating and lifestyle, automatically the CDC was already predicting a high tone of death this year.
Yeah.
They actually predicted 250,000, and they went back and predicted 265,000.
Yeah.
So this I read some other articles that what they said, because they're saying that vaccine has done wonders for healing.
No, that's a bunch of garbage.
Dr. Shiva, he said the plumber and the sanitation department has done more.
Yeah.
To save people.
To save people than the vaccine.
Because just having things clean and sanitation.
Yeah.
Just fix things.
Yeah.
Things of that nature. Just keep things clean. So it's a farce.
Yeah.
But go ahead, over.
All right. We're gonna go in. I'm gonna try to do as much overtime as we can. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna just take it up. I'm gonna take it up the next time we program, because I really want to get to the rest of these calls. I really want you to tell me what's going on with you. Okay. One thing that's just disheartening, and I hope that, like Elder Gabar said, that we start taking our health more seriously. The Most High said, make sure we follow the law and we eat clean foods and take care of our temple. You only get one. And it's never too late to begin to take care of it. Mm-hmm. And the disheartening part I see about this, the one thing they are allowing us to do is to go out and exercise and ride bikes and to jog. And I go into the suburbs and see other people taking full advantage of that. And when I drive into Philadelphia, or whenever I did, it's been a while since I have, but when I drive into places where we are, and I don't see no one taking, it's one of the few things you can actually come out of the house for. And I don't see none of our people taking them up on that.
That's what follows us. But you see other people jogging.
But I see when you go into, and I'm not talking, it's not a blanket statement amongst, I'm saying it's disproportionate.
Yeah.
How when I go into the suburbs and other to do good areas, people with their families riding bikes together, they're jogging together. Of course, they're keeping their social distancing.
Yeah.
But they're still taking full advantage of keeping their health together. And I don't see that amongst our people, man. And that has to change.
Amen to that.
Let me go down the line here. Thank you, Elder. 917, we're going to try to keep it within 2 minutes to make sure we get through the calls, if you don't mind. After that, 502 area code.
Shalom, elders. How you doing?
Shalom.
Yeah, what I wanted to bring up is that I'm noticing, being that I came out of the Christian church maybe about 2.5 years now, because I've been baptized almost that amount of time. But what I'm noticing is that a lot of pastors or bishops or so-called bishops in the Christian faith, from what I'm noticing, they're dying, and they're either sick or they're dying, because it's like on my timeline, it's like every day there's another pastor or another bishop that's passing, including my own uncle who passed last week, who's a pastor. But it's just interesting how, a lot of them are dying. And what I'm seeing is that I'm seeing, some of the people that I left behind in the Christian church and the Christian faith that, they're like, oh my God, I can't take any more. This is so sad. This is so heartbreaking. And it's interesting because I'm walking around like, even though I'm a little hurt, because losing a family member is never easy. But, because I know what's going on, and, I'm a part of the Mayor City body, and also too, been in academy for a while now. So it's like, we talked about this, and you talked about this. So it's like, I can't help but to feel like, okay, you know what? This is what we've been talking about. So you can pray and also been preparing. So it's just interesting that a lot of people who claim that, they had the faith, or they were talking about the I believe in God and continuously, throughout their journeys, but now that things is really hitting the fan, it's like, oh my gosh, what am I going to do? I can't take anymore. So I can really see that, people are being broken down through this measure because, their pastors are dying or their pastors are sick, and which will probably eventually lead them to possibly maybe taking the mark of the beast, or just even taking the vaccinations at the very least. But that's what I wanted to say.
Man, thank you. Thank you, sister. I mean, if they were going to reset the earth and bring forth the mark of the beast, now that I'm looking at it, this is exactly how they would have done it. I mean, I'm looking at it. I mean, even the most faithful have turned into unbelievers. And we told people a long time ago, people thought we were going against the Christian church and coming down on the Christian church. We told pastors a long time ago, it's time for us to come back to this Bible and teach this law and come back to the truth of what Christ was teaching. And what did they do? Right up under their nose, they let the Jesuits, Kenneth Copeland, come in with this prosperity gospel, set up his minions like T.D. Jakes, Creative Flow of Dollars, and take the whole congregation from right up from under their feet. When we were talking and teaching out on the streets in the early 90s, the prosperity movement just started. And pastors was up in, they was exalting T.D. Jakes, not realizing that they was going to be used as Pied Pipers to take all of the community substance and spirit and move it into the mega New World Order church controlled by Jesuits. And now pastors are losing churches. Every church I'm looking at is in financial trouble all throughout our communities, and there's no spiritual leaders. It's a shame. It's a shame.
Ones that had any gusto.
Yeah.
They passed it away.
I mean, yeah, man.
Because they lost them to the fancy church, you know, with the big singing and the famous celebrities, and they lost them.
The letter people got in and took it over. The women got in there when they should have been sitting their behinds down.
Yeah.
Controlling, trying to become pastors. The treasurer became the pastor. The keyboard player became the pastor now.
You don't have those old school pastors that don't take any mess. People respect in the neighborhood. You don't see that.
Yeah. It's over. It's done. And once they passed that bill, and pastors stood up in our communities and accepted that under Barack Obama, that bill that would do away with marriage to say that anyone can do it, be it male or female or whatever. You had people trying to go and marry their dogs and saying it's legal to do it now. When that happened, that was the end of the Christian church as we knew it. And they were looking to destroy that for a long time because don't forget, that civil rights movement that changed the world and had the whole world looking came through a Christian movement. So if you don't think there was power in the pulpit, the presidents had to stand up and take heed and had to change certain things knowing that power. And when they seen that one power where all of us were united under one, believing in Christ, under a Luciferian government, they said, you know what? We eventually must integrate and break that up. And the integration was complete when they took out the King James Version Bible and had everyone read the NIV and then let Kenneth Copeland, a known Jesuit, come in. With a Jesuit doctrine, that rapture, that left behind doctrine, and all these other Jesuits came in, and our pastor started soaking it up and eating it, not realizing you were being circumvented.
Because of the early times, pastors came from the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Now you got these pastors that got this PhD, they come outside, they got all this education.
Exactly.
And they're coming into the neighborhood trying to be savers, but
Exactly.
they're really agents.
Yeah. And that's why the pastors now who haven't learned the Bible and the Israelites, we've been trying to teach them the Bible. They look to the same people who have always circumvented them for guidance now. Oh, we need the apologetics.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Same old crap.
We need daddy. We need Master Daddy to come help us because we can't contend against these Israelites. All you have to do is come back to the Almighty, follow that Bible, and teach your people the truth. We're the people of the book. Tell them. And if these are your last words as a pastor, here's your opportunity to repent and tell your people that they belong to God, that they're the children of Israel in exile, who will soon be saved. Okay? And our God is greater than COVID-19. Regardless of what we go through, whether we persecuted, whether people turn their backs on us, whether they persecute, whatever what happens, understand that it is the truth. The children of Israel will stand as God's people before it's over, in total peace under Christ. Let's go. 803 area code.
Shalom.
Hi.
Shalom.
Hi, David Card. Man, yes, I spoke to you last week. My name's Akeem, and I just wanted to say that this is a lonely, lonely time.
and most of my family have turned their backs on me. I'm just speaking it because it is true, and they don't come by here no more. They don't come by my house no more, and they act like they don't know me, and it's hurtful. And it's my niece, nephews, sister, and uncle, auntie, and it's hurtful because I sit outside at nighttime and just think about it, and it's hurtful because I've always been lonely, and I'll be praying to the Most High, but I think my situation is getting worse, and I can't gather around brothers and sisters because of this man-made virus. And I live in South Carolina, and I used to go to church in Irmo, but something happened over there where I couldn't come back, and I don't have a car, and I can't pass that permit test. I've failed 25 times, and I want to drive, but I don't think I ever drive. And,
hey, brother, listen, I
just need help, brother.
I got your help, Akeem. We're gonna have the South Carolina elder reach out to you. I'm gonna give Lawyer your number. Just hold tight, and we're gonna make sure we get someone to you. Okay?
I understand, sir. You are busy, sir. I'm sorry.
No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We're going to call you, and don't worry about it. We'll get it. And one thing I like about this brother, he's persistent. And you know what? The Most High is blessing his speech. You see how he's putting it together. The more and more that we speak to him, the more he's articulating himself, understanding his limited time. Hakeem, Elder Lawyer, I'm going to need you to call him up tomorrow and hook him up with the a deacon that's over there, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me write his number down. I'm gonna text it to you. You will get a call tomorrow, young man, Hakeem. You're not alone. (916) area code. We only got a few.
Hey, shalom, Elder.
Shalom. You're live with the Gathering of Christ Church. Come on, we're trying to get everybody in.
Yeah.
Don't let the enemy break.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to bring.
Don't let the enemy break your trust. Let's talk to us.
Yeah, so I work at a news station, and I just wanted to bring out some stuff that you had brought up, and we were actually stories like right after you had said it when you were talking about how they were going to start making black people the face of this and everything. And I remember right after you said that, the next day I went into work and I looked at the rundown that the stories were running, and they were just showing how videos of how all the white people, how they're following the orders of the quarantine, isolated. They showed this story with the doctor who was working in the hospitals. So he was just separated from his family. It's like a feel-good story. And then the very next story they run is a bunch of our people gathered some birthday party. Like the very next story they ran, and someone called the police on them. And the police come out and they just gather, getting them all out of the way. And I was like, man, Elder just said that, and it's just funny they ran that story. So the next day, I came in with a story idea, and it was like of white people not complying. And I was like, hey, can we run this right here? We got this guy who's going around with this TikTok challenge. He licks a toilet as a challenge to make fun of coronavirus. I was like, what the heck?
There's some other underlying issues going on there, but go ahead.
Okay, so let me just make sure I heard you correctly. You work for a news station? You're a news reporter or?
No.
Yes, sir.
Yo, you're a news. You work for a news station?
I work in production.
You work in production.
Oh, okay.
So
I work in Yeah, I work in production, but I can pitch story ideas too.
I see. So then you was pitching a story that you saw that was catching some trend of a guy having some challenge of licking some toilets.
Yeah.
Okay, and you felt that was something that should not caught trend that we should discuss, and that got shut down because he was a European.
Okay, so they didn't run the story of a white guy licking toilets with the coronavirus.
No, so yeah, I go to the producers. I'm saying, because I'm just saying, I'm like laughing. I'm like, hey, can we run this story? And it was like in response to them showing, our people, quote unquote, not complying. So I go, I'm like, hey, can we run this story? And then it was like, we can talk to Charles and we can see.
We can talk to Charles about it.
Unbelievable.
You see that? Oh, you hear this? That means this guy works with a reputable news station. And they left key information on the cutting floor where they have footage now. They have reported footage of a white guy with coronavirus or with the symptoms of coronavirus walking around licking toilets. But then, hold up then. But hold up. But instead of running that story, they ran a story of a family getting together, having a get-together, eating and drinking and enjoying time with each other. They ran that story saying that this is why the coronavirus is continuing, because we have black folk loving each other.
It was European.
I mean, well, not
family doing the right thing, but then they switch over.
I'm saying it was a European family doing the right thing.
Right.
Then they switched over to the black people, probably having a barbecue.
Exactly.
And they were like, "Oh, Corona."
Birthday party in the house.
You got black people saying "Happy birthday" and "We love you." Oh, Corona. And then on a cutting floor is, Jeffrey Dahmer's cousin licking toilets. That's on the cutting floor.
Right.
But go ahead, brother. I digress.
Yeah, it was something. Yeah, so I just go up and I'm like, hey, can we run this story? And they're like, no, we can talk to Charles. And well, they didn't say no immediately, but I knew they didn't want to run it. So they talked to the executive producer, and he was just like, I don't know, your show is already packed today, or whatever. Because every story is a coronavirus story, so every show is the same now because it's like 5 hours of news.
So
that
let me
I'm
get
doing
this right.
every
So this
day,
is
and they were like, oh,
this is a challenge. That is, this guy is like
yeah.
And people are doing this.
I mean, what type of? I got a challenge for you. Now, this ain't the ice. I'm like, this ain't the ice bucket challenge here. I mean,
welcome to America.
Yeah, I know what I'll do. I got a challenge for you. Let's go around with cold symptoms, licking random commodes. Let's lick random toilets. Yeah, that's the ice bucket challenge. What? But I digress. I mean, these people.
Welcome to Babylon.
Man, listen. You need to get your hand. You need to get that hand on. Listen, you need to get your hand on that story one day. And I'm not just saying it'll be nice, not just you, but it'll be nice if one day that story just get leaked.
Yeah.
All right, that is it. Who knows who did it? But yeah. All right, brother. Bless you. All right, shalom. Hold up. I missed you. Go ahead. I missed your last piece. Go ahead. I missed your last piece.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, and I just want to piggyback on some of the stuff the other callers were saying. They're exactly right when they say that, they're taking the rims, like as I'm driving around, they're taking the rims and everything off the basketball courts. But I drive by a golf course every day to get home, and it is packed.
They're taking the rims off the basketball courts. Let me tell you, folks. And I know where a tennis court at where you can see them getting it at. And you know what they saying with the tennis court? That meets the requirements for social distancing because they are on the either side of the net.
Right. So let's see. Okay, tennis. I think you can argue tennis.
Golf. But in basketball, See, but there's games I used to play in which you don't need to be next to each other. You can play horse.
Right. Yeah.
You can play horse and be social distancing. You don't have to be all up. You know, there's games you can play. You can practice foul shots. Man, let me tell you, I got so many shows in front of shows. But brother, I got to get to the next call if you don't mind. Okay?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
Thank you, brother, for the report.
And didn't I say that they're going to, I said years ago, I'm like, it's like they study what we do. And they find a way to make what we do naturally as a people, as a tradition,
It becomes a
illegal.
Yeah, actually, that's was documented in the documentary called "Slavery by a New Name." They were researching black people. If you hang out in the corner, if it's anything that was associated with people of color, they made it illegal to wrap up the jails because it was slavery under a new name, and since slavery was over, they needed to just incarcerate everybody. So if you didn't have ID, it was like ridiculous stuff. If
Exactly.
You know,
Stuff that you would know you would find in numbers.
And people of color.
In operation amongst our people. Like we hang on corners, they'll make that illegal. We hang playing basketball. And I'm gonna tell you, I seen Castor and Erie where they have that 5G hung. They got that pointed right towards they know where people stand out in front of the stop and go. Where they get the beers and all that. They got this thing aimed right there where they know it's like this Chinese center, this Chinese little mall area.
Yeah.
They have stop and go and food where our people frequent. They had a big 5G pointed right down. So just for knowledge sake, right? You all can, in your own time, purchase yourself a radiation meter. This way you'll know. They're not that expensive either. You'll know when you're standing in a highly radiated area. And I never thought I would see the time in which a radiator meter would be a necessity. But it's coming to that time where you have to have a radiator meter to see if you see it going up in the red and all that, and the numbers are ticking up, you're in a radiation spot that could mean some serious long-term damage if you continue to go into that spot. Okay? Just word, just putting the word out so that you can look into things to protect yourselves. 281 area code. You're live. 228 area code. 228 area code. Lawyer, anytime you want to come in, if you have something to say, okay, let me know. 228 area code. Because we're digressing at this point. Don't let the enemy break your trust. Love. Okay. Love conquers all.
From Mississippi, how y'all?
Shalom. You're live with the Gathering of Christ Church.
Okay, well, I had two things to say. Mississippi does not have that many confirmed cases. I know this because I have been to the hospital a couple of times. In between when this stuff started all the way until now, just with real itty bitty problems and stuff like that. There was no one in the emergency rooms like that, and they putting it out there. Mississippi is a big hub to have it, and it's not that serious. And Mississippi right now, I say in Biloxi, everybody ain't Gulfport. Everybody living their normal life, but Gulfport has a higher case of these things because Gulfport has more 5G towers than Biloxi does. And so my sister stayed right across the street from a school my kids used to go to, and they just put up a tower over there right next to her house. And my sister been having a lot of health issues and stuff like that. Went outside today and seen one right across the football field.
So let me ask you.
The second thing,
sister, let me ask you. What steps are you taking that when these things are erected? They know our people don't have the finances to do so at this point, or the wherewithal to actually get themselves out of these situations. What steps are you taking steps if you see something erected in front of you to actually move out of its radius?
It's not over by me. It's right across the street from my sister's house. But if it was to be erected by me, then yes, I would definitely get out the way.
Well, that's your sister. Did you tell your sister about some of the harmful effects of it? And
yes, sir. And she don't believe it.
Okay, that's all you can do. Well, thank you, sister. You did your job. We'll pray for her, and we'll pray for your sister, right? We'll pray for her. All right?
I sure appreciate that. And one more thing is that inflation is going on here too. I just bought a pack of chicken the other day, a pack of legs. Legs usually run about $5. And this pack of legs of chicken ran me $11 and some change. I bought a pack of chicken thighs, which should be about $4 and some change, and it cost me $12.83. So inflation is definitely up on the rise.
Yeah, that's true.
Thank you.
Yeah, my wife bought a little hand sanitizer.
Yeah.
$6, and it's usually like $2.99.
See, the reason why, really what's going on right here, some people would say it's price gouging. A lot of things have happened outside of, with this corona thing that you wouldn't believe. Keep in mind that when you take up a loan, right? Just like they say they got this trillions of dollars that they had to actually fund this corona thing.
Yeah.
Which is really funding the military and the hospitals $2 trillion to actually fund this thing. Keep in mind that's almost like the Federal Reserve loaning more money. Mm-hmm. When you loan money you don't have, it hyperinflates to a degree in which what happens, inflation goes up because of the debt. Mm-hmm. So what costs one price today, after that $2 trillion stimulus package, everything went up. Everything.
So we got a new tax without even knowing it.
Everything went up. It's called hyperinflation. And it's another way you can actually topple and destroy an economy. So
take out people.
Exactly. So they're using this for every level right now. Even the destruction of the economy itself. Because the Bible say they would do this. And I'm going to Revelation 17. I went into Revelation last week, showing you that fallen star, Apollyon, would lead to what? You got it. Will lead to poisons being erected through what? Scorpion, which is a needle or syringe. And when it says 200,000 with breastplates would be stinging people with that poison. Come to find out at the end of this, guess how many healthcare workers that they're going to need internationally to enforce the corona agenda? 200 million. 200 million is the equivalent to the Bible's 200,000. Now, next week we'll be going into Revelation 17. Breaking down the fact that Rome set up America to dismantle it. And we're in the dismantling time in which now all power will go back to the beast for 1 hour. Rome will rule. In order to rule, they must dismantle America first. And we're in the beginnings of that. We've been in the beginnings of that. When NAFTA under Bill Clinton shift off all the jobs overseas, and when all your telemarketing jobs, you started to hear East Indians and foreigners answer your telemarketing calls. That was the beginning of destroying America. The last piece of this is now that we taken all the jobs, we have other countries willing to do it. Now that we've taken your industry over into China and all that, and you don't have to make cars anymore, there's no use for a country that was built on slaves. What to do with the people? We're in that phase now.
And that's profound because, there was a Chinese Democratic guy that was running for the primary in the Democratic side.
Yeah.
And he was saying, in his campaign, he was saying that if he becomes president, he would give every American, doesn't matter what they have a job, don't work, $1,000 a month.
Okay.
And they were kind of laughing at the situation, or making fun of, because he was trying to cater to the poor, the blacks, and just give you free money. They call him a socialist.
Yeah.
So when they sat down with him and they told him why that this is a good idea, he said, well, he's a tech guy, that's his background. He says in the next 10 years, it's estimation that we're going to lose tens of millions of jobs because of science and technology. So it's going to come a time that we're going to lose less and less jobs. So we should tax those companies that are making money out of these robots and things of that nature and give money to the United States citizens, but to help them out. So after I heard it, okay, it makes sense. And here we go.
Yeah.
This thing hits, and now every American gets $1,200 at home. Every family gets this. Every children gets that. So it's prepping the people of saying the computer, the major corporation, we got everything. Here's some little money.
Oh yeah,
Stay at home,
not
and
200 million. Excuse me, 20 million. I did
Yeah.
the calculation wrong. It's 20 million, not
Yeah.
200 million.
Yeah.
But it's 20 million.
20 million.
But yeah.
So
go ahead. I'm sorry about that.
They're preparing us that we're gonna take care of you. You stay home, and we'll pay you to stay home.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, things
Yeah.
of that nature.
Yeah.
And because what can we do with all these workers?
See, but
the next step is to get rid of them.
He don't know what's going on. That $1,000 a month.
Yeah.
The reality is,
it's exactly.
They have to get rid of the people. There's not enough resources to sustain them because
Exactly.
there's no industry in America anymore. It's been outsourced.
We could pay some, but not all.
I wanted to say, Nick, that 200,000 isn't 200 million. It's 20 million. 20 million healthcare workers they're looking to actually exactly,
which is the equivalent of the scriptures.
Equivalent to the scriptures.
Yeah, man.
So when it says 200,000,
yeah,
that's 20 million.
The 20 million.
Yeah. Wanted to correct that, right? 1 second here. Let's go here.
All right, real quick, Elder, I have a message from Brother Araya from Las Vegas. He wanted to call in, but I think he dropped, and he of course, he can't get back into the blog talk because we're in overtime. I'm just going to read his message real quick.
Go ahead.
It says, Shalom, elders. Good evening. I was on the call trying to share something, but the call dropped and I can't get back in. I'm currently at work, so that could have been the reason the call dropped. We recently lost a family member, allegedly to the virus, on Saturday morning.
Oh.
It says, my grandfather's sister, my great aunt, and currently have about 4 other family members hospitalized. The elders of my family are dropping older. I send my family the videos live as we are streaming, or as you are streaming, but the family won't pay attention or talk with me. So it has me feeling numb to a certain degree. In Guyana, my mom is reporting to me what the news, Babylon News, is saying that the next 2 weeks is going to get worse, expecting about 1 million to die.
Oh. How could they be expecting 1 million people to die? What type of metric are you using in that?
Yeah.
Right.
You understand? Without having some hand in, how do you know that's going to happen unless you know it's going to happen?
Yeah.
But by this calculation or metric.
Exactly. Exactly.
It's all I have to say is this. We got to say a prayer for the family. We got to say a prayer for the family, and man, it's here. It's here because this is going to be the cover for everything. Everything they wanted to do, everything that they wanted to do, is being able to. It's about to be done. And I'm going to tell you this: the only way we're going to overcome all of this, folks, is through prayer. And I know this sounds generic, but love.
One another.
I know it sounds generic, but the only way we're going to beat any of this is through the love of the Most High, loving our neighbors, caring for one another, and praying for the sick. And listen, we're in a time now where the Most High, like during the days of Noah, many were put down, knowing that many were put down or put to sleep, a better word than putting down. That's what they're doing right now. But many were put to sleep with the Most High, knowing that they weren't going to be able to deal with the persecutions and the tribulation that would come after this. And anything else, Elder Lawyer? It's just sad.
Yeah. Yes, that's it for now.
It's just sad.
Here's a scripture in the Apocrypha that the Most High spared people by taking them out of the say come up, because this is not life, this is death.
Yeah.
What we going through. Life is when you're in before the Most High, when His his bosom. This is death.
What we can do. This is what we have control over, because it comes down to what is it we do have control over.
Yeah.
We can repent, come back to the Most High. Okay? And we can be baptized and receive receive that white robe. Receive Christ now. Anything we've done wrong, work it out. Repent for what we've done. And then pray that the Most High give us opportunity, because there will be a reprieve in this. They're going to try to get all they can get done between now and when summer comes, because no virus can live out naturally under 80 degrees.
Yeah, that'll be a hot summer.
Under an 80 degrees weather. So we have to pray that the Most High save us through this, get us to at least the summer to where they can't use a virus as this, and get to as many people as we can and help them for what's to come. We're in Jacob's trouble.
Yeah.
And right now, the elderly more so, and those that with compromised immunity, and those with respiratory issues, we have to pray. We have to pray for healing. We have to pray that the Most High will heal, and that brothers and sisters through this time won't turn their backs on each other and trust each other. And trust each other, because some people will say, well, but like it's to a point where if you tell people, and we are, because I have my hand sanitizer, I have my mask. If you tell people that, listen, some of these numbers aren't what it is, but still try to do what's right to protect yourself, knowing that the disease is out there one way or the other.
It's about time to be
Even
sick.
if the disease is the effects that's coming from the 5G, what they call in Corona is still out there. Take the proper measures as if it's exactly what the news is saying. That cannot be a bad thing. But listen, this is one scenario right now where there's no absolutes. And I say that is because if you say, well, listen, it's not what I think it is, and you walk around without anything on, they're going to say it's people like you are that the problem, because you're not covered, you're not following the directions to do away with this thing. You are the problem. But if you put on the mask and put on the hazmat suits and everything else, a plastic bag, and walk out there, then the news will use these optics overseas and others to say, look how bad this thing has become. Everyone is walking around in America, the land of the free, because this coronavirus is killing everybody. And listen, we're not making it up. Look at the people with the masks on, with everything on. So either way, they'll be able to use this as a means to their end. And I'm saying on the physical level. But guess what, folks? We belong to the Almighty. We have to also view this from a spiritual level. Because Christ said, and he let the disciples know, that for this same reason, in Romans 9, the epistles Romans 9, through the Spirit of Christ, Paul wrote this. For this same reason, Pharaoh, I've raised thee up. He was speaking of Esau. For this same reason, I've raised Edom up, just like Pharaoh, so that I can show my power. If there was an easy way out of this, or an absolute answer to this, then the Most High couldn't show his power through it.
Yeah.
It's upon us to have faith to make it to that time to see that intervention. And that first starts with how we operate one amongst another now. That's where it starts now. To see that deliverance that Christ was talking about, it's depending on what we do in this moment.
Because it's going to come a time, because it's profound what you said about Romans 9, for this reason. And when you look at the thumb or the rule of or the pattern in the scripture, that he's going to take the lonely, he's going to take the poor, the simple, to raise him up. He's going to I will deliver you.
He's going to take brothers like Hakeem.
Right.
A guy like that most would sleep on.
Right. That a nation of Israel, of people like us, that we cannot say, we got saved because of us.
Exactly.
Because I'm smart. I got a PhD. I got a director, experience to gather people. Because really, we're being gathered by the Spirit.
Exactly.
It's not because we're so smart.
Exactly.
Thank God for the Holy Spirit.
Exactly.
Because sometimes I'm like, how are we going to get away from this? Yeah. And then sometimes we meditate and we pray, and it just comes to us.
Yes.
We can't give credit to us.
Yes.
We can't. That's the Most High feeding us information, telling us do this, don't do that, do this. It's not because we experience. There's no resume that you can put together and say, yeah, I got experience to take care of this.
Because that's someone who will try to go before the Spirit and not let the Spirit guide us.
Exactly.
And I'm glad you brought that out, man. And that's the time we're in, where we have to have total dependence on the Most High. You claim you are a believer in Christ. Now is when you exercise the faith to substantiate that belief. And I'm going to tell you right now, I have no doubt that the Most High is going to pull the children of Israel through. And just like Christ is our hope, the disciples were the hope and the example, the 70 after them, the 120 after them. Throughout all of these generations, the Most High have always had a certain number of men that didn't bow to Baal. And right now, we're standing in hope of Christ so that we can be an inspiration and hope to you. Okay? Through the Holy Spirit that the Most High is going to guide us through. He showed us this a long time ago, folks. And there's no fear in this. There's no fear, because fear is used to put people in bondage. The uncertainty is used to bring out the worst in a person.
And let me just say this, I'm trying to interrupt. If we among the elders are waiting upon the spirits to feed us, then the answer what we need to do. And we all connected. And we've been sitting in that situation that, like, elder, I got to tell you something. And then hold out for later. And then talk to me later. I got to show you something, Gabar. And it's exactly what I was about to tell you.
Yeah.
Or vice versa. That happens all the time.
All the time.
Right? So what we're saying is, if the Spirit is showing us something, and then this is for the audience, because I don't know how many people we have online.
I don't know what about 2,500
right?
Up and down, yeah.
And things of that nature. If the Spirit is telling you something else, or outside what the elders are telling you, somebody is wrong.
Yeah.
Because the Spirit's not divided.
Exactly.
We're united. So what I'm saying is, brothers and sisters, wait on the elders, and we are now meditating on the Most High, and we care for the people, and we are very cautious. That's why we don't pull the trigger very quickly, because man, you don't leave it up to me, elder. Every time I tell you, elder, let's pull the trigger. Let's do it right now. And you like, no, go
When you say pull the trigger, that means make a move almost immediately to try to make a safe haven.
Exactly.
Because, I have to be careful. I
put a real trigger.
I'm in the broadcast side of things. And I know the enemy is just sitting there ready to splice something.
Right. So let me.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me.
Expound, and make sure you explain. Ain't no triggers being pulled outside. The only weapon we're going to use is the Bible.
Amen. So
okay, let me put that on top of that.
Amen. I concur to that.
All right.
So I'm in a situation. You know me. I'm hot blooded. I say, "Oh, let's do it right now. Let's go. Let's do this. And no goodbye.
Yeah.
And I thank God for this church, and thank God for the leadership of this church that, we balance each other out. That I have learned that.
Yeah.
Patience. We got to wait.
Yeah.
Because it's funny, because when we're trying to figure things out, right, and we're trying to pick our brains, and you and I, Elder Lloyd, myself, we've been, the guys, we've been for hours sometimes, trying to brainstorm, but we don't do anything.
Well, you can't.
The Holy Spirit say, boom,
let me
do
tell
that.
You,
and it's so easy. Once we know the Holy Spirit, we don't have to even have a 4-hour meeting. We know what it is.
See, but that's the point. And I wanted to bring that, because sometimes I say something, you complete a thought, you have a thought, and I say it. Yeah. That's because we're one body, and it's the Holy Spirit guiding.
Amen.
And this is one thing I'm saying. People like to panic and move before the Spirit.
Right.
And guess what? You can't do that. It's best to stand still if you don't know for sure the move you're making is the right one.
Amen.
Because that move can be your last one. At least if you're still, you're safe. Because I'm breathing air, I got water, I got food, shelter, and raiment, and I'm living right now. So I'm not going to panic and run outside and run into a bear or run into a lion or run into a gun or whatever when I was safe right now. And it was my paranoia that led me out there. You must understand how to link in with the Spirit and not panic, because guess what? The fear of death, like it tells us in Hebrews 2, puts you in bondage. That means by default, you are subjected to Satan's solution. That's the bonds that he puts you through, his solutions. His solution will be the bonds, because don't forget, they have an end game here. And if you're led through fear, you're going to run right into their solution.
Yep.
So I don't want people, Elder, what y'all going to do? What are we going to do? What are we going to do? What have we been doing? We're going to teach this word and let the Holy Spirit guide us through and be a hope for our people. Okay? And understand that everything is not for the internet. We have to sit down and pray together. We have to be on one accord. We have to learn to trust each other. Okay? There's a lot of different components that must play in before we talk about just going somewhere where if we panic now, even if we are in a safe place and you got that spirit in you of paranoia and getting crazy and reactive off of every little thing, we'll be safe in the wilderness and we'll kill each other. We'll go against each other.
Don't bring it up.
So no, it ain't even about panicking. It's about now, through this, the Most High is going to pull out either the best in you by you exercising the faith and making it through and depending on him and get closer to the body of Christ, or it's going to bring out the worst in you. Let me tell you, there's no middle ground in this. Right now, everyone must choose a side. Satan then took away all the middle ground and the distractions of the middle ground. Let me go down the line. I got 11 minutes. I'm sorry. We're going to open up the lines for y'all soon. Tomorrow we'll do it. 919 area code. Thank you, Elder.
You're live.
You're live.
Hey, Shalom, Elder. I'm just laying back and on the sister that called was speaking about that raw milk. A lot of people don't know anything about that raw milk. You know, the government did a good job of demonizing it, saying it's bad for you. But I've been drinking for like 3 months and maybe 4 or 5 months, and I haven't gotten a sniffle during the wintertime. You can get it. Matter of fact, you in Philly, I get my milk. I get raw goat milk, raw cow milk. You order from the Amish people.
Oh, brother, we talking about the kingdom of heaven. You coming with raw milk. Oh, my Lord, have mercy.
Yes, sir.
Oh.
Well, his brother, I know.
I mean, listen, I'm sitting here on 10. I'm talking about, man, we ready to fly out here on a chariot.
Well,
and he go back to the raw milk.
Well, this brother, he's a help nut. So he worked out.
I'm playing with you, brother. Come on, talk to me.
So raw milk.
Where can I get some raw milk at?
No.
Listen. I'm talking about us rolling on the wings of the angels. Elder Gabar, grab my vesture. Lawyer, I'm sitting here holding the hem of your jeans.
Right.
And we floating up into the kingdom of heaven, and he come with, I know where we can find some raw milk at. But it's good. Come on, talk to me.
And where
Well, you know, it has a good.
Lord have mercy, boy.
It has a good bacteria to keep the immune system strong.
No, I'm gonna tell you, I was heated up right here. At least you was able to calm me down, throw some water on me. I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm straight. You threw some raw milk on me, we straight. I'm gonna chill now.
Hey, you need it. And you need it in your life, man. Let me tell you something. Excuse my language, but the milk they sell in the store is piss water compared to this raw milk. It's Miller's Organic Farm.
Oh yeah.
You right there in Philly.
Listen. I grew. My father was a farmer. He was a pastor. In the back of the house was the house. The back of the church was the house. The back of the house was the farm. That organic raw milk is like night and day when you got your day. So
I'm gonna tell you, brother. I'm with you. I'm with that raw milk. I'm gonna put you on hold in a minute. But now I see why the television shows have producers. You know, they like, hold up, brother. You got the raw milk. You got to call back the bar. The raw milk is what gets you on that ramp. But I'm here. Listen, I'm Evel Knievel. I'm leaping over buildings right now. All right, I'm with you. I was most happy. I'm like, yo, I'm up here right now. This is the spirit. And then I got halfway up. He said raw milk. I'm gonna put you there. I'm gonna put you on hold, brother. I love you.
Thank you, brother. Bless you, brother.
Miller's raw milk.
Get
Get
your raw milk.
See, though, we don't have teleprompters here, right? It's all good. 929 area code.
Hey, Shalom.
Shalom.
I don't know if I want to say what I want to say after that last brother.
Although, brother, what? Brother.
Almond milk is even nice.
I just want to lean back on what you said earlier about the CDC releasing people deeming that they have coronavirus, because there's a sister that her aunt had cancer. They released her from the hospital.
Someone says, "Here comes the goat
she was
cheese."
home.
But go ahead. I'm sorry. Someone said, "Here, y'all guys, y'all ain't no good." Let me tell you. I'm gonna tell you. A lot of what y'all saying through these chats be sometimes getting me through. Sometimes I look at a video that I'm teaching and I just move me to the side and check out something. I'm like, thank you. You know, we need to laugh through this, man. Someone said, okay, he's about to come with the goat cheese. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We have to laugh through this, right? We family, right? But go ahead, brother.
Now, a sister, her aunt came home because she was already about to die from cancer.
Oh, I'm
so they let her
sorry.
go home. They gave her time limit to die. So she was home, and she died. They called the ambulance. Ambulance came about 24 hours later, and they told her, they said, when they came to check her, they said, oh, she died from coronavirus. The family was like, wait a minute. She died from cancer. She came from the hospital. We can prove that. They said, no, she died from coronavirus. If you can't prove that she died from coronavirus, that she died from cancer, then we're going to deem her dead from coronavirus.
So she had cancer. Hold up now.
Really upset. They had to go get papers and stuff to prove that she died from cancer.
Hold up now. This is deep. Because I was asking the other day, why aren't we hearing no more cancer? I remember the cancer campaign. Everyone and their mother was dying from cancer. We're not hearing no more cancer accounts. And now we have a brother whose family knew that this person had a certain stage of cancer. And it happened. I mean, I'm sorry about that. But the family was like, what you mean corona? We've been battling cancer for how long? They had to go fight to put...
Yeah, because she was in the hospital. And they let her go because she already had a time limit to die. So she was like, you know what? She'd rather die at home.
Okay.
So, a month later, she was home, and the family called, said, listen, my grandmother passed. They called the ambulance, and then they left her. They came 24 hours later, so the dead body's there in the house. And, they said, listen, you have to prove that she died from cancer.
So here it is. They said
3 days to prove that she died from coronavirus.
So listen. So I'm sorry about that. I'm just anxious on that because I was asking the other day, I'm not hearing. I remember this cancer thing was on TV every other day. We need to put money on cancer. Let's put the pink ribbons on. Even up until the football season last year, everyone had on pink shoes, colon cancer. And here it is. I'm sorry about your family, but we have someone who is struggling with cancer.
It was somebody that I knew. Yeah.
Someone you knew. Unfortunately, she died. The family knew that she went home to die of cancer. And the hospital tried to put the label of corona on it. And then the family said, well, hold up, corona? She came home to die with cancer. After they went and got the body, they said, you have to prove it was cancer before we put cancer on the death certificate.
This is insane.
Confirming
earlier
with the CDC.
Confirming what the CDC said based on a link I put out there earlier, where the CDC is telling the hospitals that when it comes to the illness for death, whatever it is, that becomes secondary, and corona will become the number one reason for the death. And if there's other things that we're struggling with, which is really the reason they're in the hospital, that will be on the second line or the second part of the death certificate. And this is how they're getting all of these numbers.
So
thank you, brother.
So I don't know. It should be an hashtag saying or online thing, don't politicize my family's death by not by lying the cause of death, because now they're getting involved with you're just honoring the dead. You're politicizing my grandmother, my grandfather. He was struggling with this. You knew this.
But I mean, if somebody want to do a hashtag, that's on them.
No, but
we're in the Bible business.
Amen. But I'm saying, thank God that we're not in a situation because.
Well, the whole thing is
they'll kill me from coronavirus.
Well, the whole thing is we don't want that either, man. I'm trying to save you. I'm trying to help you do this. But anyway, we don't want that, Gabar. All right. So the whole deal is this. It's more so a scenario in which they don't expect people, after examining us for a long time, to follow up in care of our loved ones. That's how far away we've come from the traditional sense of love. To the degree in which they can do anything to us, and now our family just will accept the healthcare apparatus after cancer and the other things that have been killing us, and AIDS, and we believe them. It's to a point where they can just now see your mother die of what she was diagnosed with and tell you, no, it ain't that, it's corona. But that's how far we have fallen as a people, as a nation, to where we'll trust the healthcare system and the government over our own family. And they expect, there's so many people who don't care about their family, they'll be able to label whatever they will want. I'm glad this family had the wherewithal to challenge it and at least get the right thing placed on the death certificate. Because that would just have been another number that they would have inflated and say, listen, they're dying all over the place from this. And really, they're taking regular deaths and calling it corona.
Dishonoring your family, dishonoring the death.
And I want to say this. And that's not to say that the coronavirus and viruses out there doesn't exist. And that we still should take the extra precaution, because this is being dealt with on every level. Okay? It's being spread through the you would say the bioweapon type of, where it's stuff being sprayed in the air that's compromising immunity. There's people wiping stuff on your packages, on your doors, and there's people with regular colds and flus that are out there, and it's spreading just like everything else. And corona is one of those strains. So we know it's out there. Make sure you take extra precaution. But get involved with your loved ones, especially if they're sick, and pray with them and work towards their health, because no telling what will happen to them under the powers that be. Elder Lawyer?
To the brothers and sisters worldwide, if you can keep dearly beloved sister, Sister Sharon, in prayer, keep her uplifted.
Sharon.
Pray for her strength, her health, her well-being.
Yes.
Also, just keep the body in prayer in general. Keep your family members in prayer in general. Because as we mentioned in this past lesson, this past Sabbath, time is going to come in which the healing and the power that we're going to need to deal with these forces, with all these things coming against us at one time, it's going to really take divine intervention. So with that, I say bless you all, shalom, and may you all stay safe, stay healthy, and stay strong.
Thank you. And I'm sorry.
Thank you for using Blog Talk Radio. Goodbye.
If I didn't get to your call, don't worry about it. I'll try to come in tomorrow or Friday and just take calls. And the question I want to ask with the next broadcast is, how has this changed your life for the positive? What did you look back at and say, you know what? Did I take time for granted? Did I take life for granted? And now here's an opportunity now. And what now, if the Most High allow you some time, what will you do with it? I like to go forward behind this thing, because Satan would like us to believe that it's just a sad end to all this. But I'll tell you this. Let me play this, because this song quantifies it all. I'm going to open up those lines tomorrow, and if you can help me with it tomorrow,
Yes, sir.
at least for an hour.
Amen.
All right. Because this quantifies everything I'm talking about. Listen.
I hear Jacob crying. Why here I can hear him crying. When you gonna rise, call on the Lord. Mighty Jacob rise, let's hear your roar. When you gonna rise, Jacob?
When you gonna rise?
He can hear you calling.
He can hear you calling.
He can hear your cries, Jacob.
The Most High didn't forget you.
He can hear you bawling.
He can hear you bawling. But listen.
I feel Jacob rising. Can you see? I can see him rising.
I can see you rising. That's right,
Open
boy.
your eyes and call on the Lord. Mighty Jacob rise to be restored. Troubles are growing. You need to stop what you're doing.
Stop what you're doing, Jacob.
Oh, Jacob. You know the promise is waiting.
The promises is waiting.
Oh, Jacob. You need to call on the Lord. So broken Call on the Lord. Mighty Jacob rise.
You will be restored.
And you will be restored. Troubles are growing. No, Jacob. Just stop what you're doing. Stop it, Jacob. Because the promise is waiting. Oh, Jacob. So call on the Lord, and He will hear your voice. Oh, Jacob, let us hear it. Oh no, let's hear that roar. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Ooh, Jacob, come and call on the Lord.
Come and call on the Almighty. Come call on the Almighty. Because guess what? I hear Jacob crying.
Jacob crying.
But then it says, I feel Jacob rising. Can you see? I can see him rising. I can see him rising. So we just have to make it through this. All praises be to the Almighty. Shane Courtenay. Man, what a voice. All right. We ended here. I thank you. We're going to try to come in. Man, listen. We'll make it through, folks. Just have faith. Be there for your family. And understand that in sicknesses, that's one of the more vulnerable times in a person's life. Okay? And we're living in some serious, fearful times. Brothers and sisters, we must be here for our elderly. We must be here for our sick. We must help them through so that now the enemy cannot use whatever's going on with them as a proxy for their agenda. Be there for your family. Heal your family. Pray with your family. The enemy is at the door. With that, I'm going to say shalom, and I hope to see you all in the academy. If you're not in the academy, you're missing it. Okay, you're missing it. I'm going into the promises of Israel next week. But, brothers and sisters, we'll see you tomorrow.
Shalom.
Shalom.
The Bible.
Shalom.
Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out here anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book. And the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited.
What a show. What a show.